Well, how are you guys doing on this fine Sunday afternoon, the day before Doomsday? That would be April 7th, 2024 in the year of our Lord. So, today I'm going to be working around the house, and you can be working around your house too, and have some company. I have a lot of things to do, like turning on this fan, possibly. That's one thing. That's thing one. Kevin at Gotham City Comics says, "Hello, Drew." My wife and her friend named Drew. It's actually would be spelled D-R-U. It's from a character in Buffy the Vampire Slayer named Drusilla. Her actual name is Drusilla. When we first got Drew, her name was Chloe, and that's too close to my wife's name, Cleo. Anyway, Drusilla was also the fourth of the ghoul caretakers in the EC comics, the one that was the good-looking ghoul, the vampira kind of character that appeared later on, right before EC disappeared. My wife didn't know about that Drusilla. She knew about the one in Buffy the Vampire Slayer. So, how about that? So, I found an archive on YouTube of music that played at supermarkets. I mean, this is a giant archive. Who is this guy? I'm recording it now. I guess it's Rapture's videos. I don't know. This is like music that played at the Crest G department store. Kmart. The K in Kmart is Crest G. And there used to be these Crest G stores, but I guess, that's too hard for people to pronounce or spell, so therefore it became Kmart. So, anyway, part of my insanity, I listen to this Christmas music, even though it's April, and when I'm doing hard labor, like vacuuming and things, and moving things around. Like, for instance, I'm going to move this Carnival shooting gallery over here under the Christmas tree. That's thing two that I've done today, because I'll make it look more like a Christmas tree, right? And my childhood Allied van lines. This is something I've had since I was like 4 years old. It probably was gotten from Allied van lines when we were moving. I think it's amusing to think that trucks would ever be designed with just nothing but glass in the front. But anyway, back door's gone. Anyway, this has been played with by my spider webs. Anyway, I'm going to put it under the Christmas tree because it's better than where it was. So how are you guys doing on this wonderful Sunday? You guys enjoying your last day on the planet Earth before? Because you see, these mad scientists are going to start the CERN reactor, and it's going to open up a hole, and all the demons are going to come up out of hell. And then NASA is going to be shooting several rockets up behind the moon during the eclipse. And what else is supposed to happen? Several other horrifying events are supposed to happen tomorrow. So be looking out for that. Oh, yeah. Need to move some of these board games. Throw all these board games down, and then they're just going to be moved back up. Oh, there's Alan the cat meowing over there. Let's go see Alan the cat. Alan the cat. Where are you going, Alan the cat? How dare you? Okay. I'm going to take this stuff up on the elevator here. Got a link in the chat if anyone wants to come on. Oh, man. Oh, man. Battleship, a great game. 2 different Battleship games. Gotham City Comics. I got my mutant hung up. He got a Dawn Post Metaluna mutant from This Island Earth mask yesterday, and I guess he hung it up in his store. What am I doing? I'm looking for things to do here. There's Alan the cat sneaking around. He's being shy. Yeah, you can see the mess here. What else do I need to do? Gotta clear off this pinball machine. Batman Pez dispenser. I should put that in the Batman room. Okay, we're getting a lot of stuff done today here. Let's see. The Earth Dies Screaming is a pretty good. Watched it. It's pretty good. I watched it last night. The robot looked pretty cool. Yeah, I have a press book to The Earth Dies Screaming, but I actually never seen it. Is it on YouTube? Gotham City Comics says, I like that Batman room. Yeah, it's wonderful. Some of the shelves were put up by Captain Strangeliffe in there. I need more shelves, but what am I doing? Oh, my goal is to get this floor and the third floor and part of the basement looking pretty nice today. My wife's working until 6, so I've got some time. Get the house looking nice and spick and span for the apocalypse. That's my goal. This box of Puffy Pete popcorn was damaged in the move very badly, unfortunately. Was on Creature Features on YouTube. The chat on there was pretty good too. Yeah, I don't know if I've ever watched Creature Features. I guess it has a horror host and everything. Oh, wait. I'll put this up here. See, I've got another box of popcorn up here on top of this Wurlitzer speaker. I'll put it with that one. Maybe Bert will keep it from falling. All right. That seems like a logical place. I've learned a lot of my interior decoration techniques from reading Better Homes and Gardens and Martha Stewart and things, and I think that would be a good place to put that. There's I'm already in low power mode. There's a popcorn. You know what I've got to do? This is going to be a major undertaking. This Dr. Pepper sign back there is falling. So that means I'm going to have to move this whole pinball machine out to get back there and fix it. That's just going to be a joyous undertaking. But a man's got to do what a man's got to do, man. Okay, well, let's plug you guys in because you guys are about to. Yeah, so there were a lot of cool people on the chat on Creature Features, huh? It's just the wonderful feeling of being in a crusty department store in the 1940s and 50s, probably 50s, that's my guess, is this music. All right. Yeah, I'm recording all this music now. Okay. He's a rock and roll guy, has a butler and a girl with dreadlocks on there with him, and he interviews someone. Oh, okay. And does he? And I guess obviously he does it live. Yeah. I don't remember what we were watching last night. Uh, I don't. Okay. Pre-recorded, but the chat is live, it says. All right. You have power. Oh boy. This is going to be too fun. All this stuff I shoved under the pinball machines in lieu of organizing it. Now I've got to remove this stuff to move the pinball machine. Oh boy. All right. Oh man. Oh wow. Oh, that's hard to move. Oh wow, that's hard to move. remember, I got to get under it and lift it with my back. Yeah, that's the only way to do it. To move machines like this, you actually have to crawl under it. I guess I'll try to give you guys a view. Have to clean up some. Okay. Damn it. Look at this thing. This is probably hot now with people excited about this new X-Men series. X-Men animated series exceeds all expectations. Marvel creates exciting new merchandising opportunities. X-Men are extraordinarily hot. There's the phone number if you want to put out X-Men merchandise. The timing is exactly right. So sign on with X-Men now. For manufacturers, retailers, and fans everywhere, the importance of this new X-Men licensing program simply cannot be exaggerated. Where I came across this, I don't know why it's in my possession, but let's see what people are saying here. Oh, let's see what people are saying. A lot of comments, man. John Goris, I like the refined cultured, long-suffering, black butter marinating culture and tradition while tending to these two degenerated people. Clever use of archetypes, creature features does. Glad you watch it, John, says Kevin. I love Disney and comics, says I watch Creature Features Channel 2. Gotham City stickers were a hit yesterday. Hope you don't mind me writing YouTube and your name on the back. Sent them some stickers even. No VIP invites to the mansion yet, though. Well, at least Gratu's not providing the plumber's crack. Yeah, I was afraid I was. You should see a comic shop, John. I'd like to have that Kiss pinball machine. Says I love Disney and comics in the Elvira one. Yeah. People still. I live near Dayton, Ohio. A huge epidemic in this area. That's a shame. Okay. I need thumbtacks. So I got to go upstairs to get some thumbtacks. Oh, this is a big pain. Oh. Oh man. Okay. Oh, wonderful. I believe that sign fell. It messed up the sign. You guys got me self-conscious about the plumbers tucking on back. son of a bitch. Yeah. Oh man, I really need a stool. I can't reach. Oh boy. This isn't good. Oh, I needed to get to the back of that machine anyway to set it up for free play. I think I just did it. I gotta get a step stool back there. So where is the step stool? All right. What are people saying here? Where is it not an epidemic? Too true. Uh-oh. What did I just do? I blew things up. I didn't mean to do that. I hear the streets are littered in burn-up foil. Guys our age, 50 and over, can help it. Yeah. Using burn-up grimy aluminum foil quite a bit in my new stop motion. Collected it over the years. No worries, not on the fit. You just okay. I don't know what happened here. I'm not used to using StreamYard on my phone. Now I can't see the full screen. Why is it doing that? Oh, there we go. Ridiculous. Okay, I don't know what I'm doing. Man, ridiculous. How do I see if people are on there wanting to? This is really a pain in the butt. Why isn't? Oh, there's people trying to get in. There's had to stay Gotham City. Add to stage. Paulo. Okay. All right. All right. Fantastic.
You want to see
All
these
right. I
aliens
gotta
real
go
quick?
find a step stool. What's up, guys?
What's up?
I guess I have enough power to walk around and find it. I guess it'll warn me.
When you want to see the aliens real quick?
Yeah. Obviously a British movie.
The main guy, the main hero's American.
Okay.
I want to see the poster you said you have of this.
It's a press book. Yeah, it shows the monsters, the aliens. It says, "Be there when the Earth dies screaming." I'll unearth it at some point. John Goris said he did manage to watch that later day Rankin Bass Easter Bunny's coming to town. It's really nice, very charming. It's no Rudolph, but
That movie wasn't American, was it?
This guy Screaming 1964. It's a British movie.
Oh, that explains the French car.
All the cars are the steering wheel's on the other side. I usually don't like watching British movies, but this one wasn't too bad.
Oh, Village of the Damned is a good British movie.
Is that a newer movie? Village of the Damned, is that a new movie?
No, the original one.
no,
the
it's
one
from the
60s.
60s, but I think they remade it. I think John Carpenter remade it. Or someone like that.
I don't know if I've ever seen that.
I used to watch it on TCM. And there was a sequel also in the 60s, but it wasn't as good.
Yeah.
Village of the Damned. I'm gonna look it up real quick.
It's the movie with all the blonde kids with the creepy eyes. You've probably seen stills from it.
There's some creepy eyes in this. The Earth Dies Screaming. If you've ever seen it.
Yeah, I have not seen The Earth Dies Screaming. I just own the newspaper ad mats.
They touch them and they get killed, and they come back to life, and they have this weird crap.
never find anything when I need it. Oh, I think I can use this. Possibly. Oh, man, maybe not. That wouldn't be safe.
So it's been done 3 times: 1960, 1950, 1995, and 2022.
I didn't know there were 2 in the modern times. I know there were 2 in the 60s. There was, seems like Children of the Damned and Village of the Damned, and then
Yeah,
John
Children of the Damned
Carpenter remade
is the
it,
second one.
I think.
Children of the Damned is the second one. It's the one where they go all over the world. They have to get all the kids together so they can try to stop them, and they're all over the world.
There's no reason I would have taken this stool to the attic. Oh, I have apparently an Italian race car cap that a friend of mine gave me. He came and visited and gave me that hat because he's got a little more money than I do, and he was buying, vintage Italian sports cars. So he had this hat, but I guess he started to get scared to wear the hat because it's a red cap. And I guess maybe he thought his liberal friends would think he's wearing a Trump hat and get mad at him. So he gave me the red hat.
But it's got the logo on it, right? So
I'll go find it here in a second and tell you. I know exactly where it is, but it requires me going upstairs. I'm going to plug this in for a second, and I have to use the restroom. All right, I shall return.
there aren't that many Italian brands left now. If you So exotic cars, you have Ferrari and Maserati. Then Alfa Romeo and Fiat, which are not as exotic. De Tomaso no longer exists. Pagani, could be Pagani if they're not well known. Isotta Fraschini is back. The association of red with Italian cars started from the early days of motor racing in the 19th century, because the first races were not for drivers or manufacturers; they were for countries, and they assigned red to Italy.
I used to have a Trapper Keeper with a red Ferrari on it.
That's a Lamborghini.
I used to have this for school as my Trapper Keeper.
Yeah, that's the Lamborghini Countach, one of Marcello Gandini's greatest works in terms of design. Lamborghini used to be a customer of Enzo Ferrari's, and he criticized the car he had just bought. Enzo did not want to fix it, so Ferruccio Lamborghini sold his tractor business to start a car company that would outpace Ferrari. John Gores says the whole futurist art movement were big into automobiles. Yeah, there was a crazy designer called Luigi Colani. He did crazy stuff with cars, trucks, sofas, uh, fridges. He wasn't even Italian. He decided to give himself an Italian name. He was actually German.
Gratu, what are you looking for? Does anybody know what he's looking for?
Well, I hope he's not looking for the hat. He said he had to go to the other room. But if he's trying to fix, well, that's what you got the thumbtacks earlier for, right? For the for holding up something in the pinball machines?
Ow! God damn it!
Oh no.
Ken, are you okay?
He's moving. I think he's okay. I see him moving.
There's the head.
Shit.
Did you get shocked?
Shocked? No, my finger got squashed.
Ouch. And they're on. You need to start charging people to play those. Although I don't know if you need a license for that.
I had it working.
Mhm.
What are you guys talking about here?
Oh,
I heard the
well,
pinball machine. You had it working.
It was working, but then something happened. Let's see what people are saying in the chat. Wasn't it a Hammer production? George Sanders in Village of the Damned. Dr. Five says, just joined you guys. Hello, everyone. Carpenter remake is kind of meh. Yeah. I wish I wasn't so busy so I can go on live, but I'm in the middle of projects. Heard you talking about The Earth Dies Screaming. I have that movie on Blu-ray and a nice insert poster of the movie. John Gora says the whole futurist art movement went big into automobiles. I have to go to a funeral. I had to go to a funeral recently. Some of the new gravestones are so tacky. They let people just personalize them any way they please with disastrous aesthetic results. It is Gratu KIA. He is risen. And Bronco, hey, Grot. I cannot read. Oi, Boa Tarde. What? Hello. Okay. What did I do wrong, man?
whoa, there goes the cell phone.
Oh, shit. You guys fell. What's wrong with you guys?
Yep. But it looked more like it hurt you more than me.
Yeah. Oh, man. Not good.
I got a little something here for show and tell.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this is my journalist's badge for when I went to the Indianapolis 500 in 2006.
Oh.
Yeah, but it only works for that year because let's see if you can read. Probably not. Whoops. Because it says 2006 in here, so it's only good for 1 year. I had to have this visible at all times, so I could get in everywhere. No, no, John Gara's Bronco is not calling anyone a tard. No, John, I haven't done any racing. I just wouldn't have the money. The cheapest thing you can do right now, you need about $25,000 for a full season here in Portugal, and that's in a rent and drive system. Of course, the car is pretty cool. It's the Caterham Super 7, which is a modern version of the Lotus 7, still largely unchanged since 1957. We were actually racing this weekend. I want to see if later in the year I can go back and check on some of my old friends from the racing scene. I'll probably go to Estoril for the season enders. Ken's hitting all the records.
That'd be scary to hear that in the middle of the night. One of those machines that came on, started playing by itself.
Yes, Franco. There's plenty of Brazilian restaurants. Just barbecue places are the most common. The one closest to me has a buffet. You can pick out which meat you want to eat, and salad. And you have a salad bar, and you have cold cuts, and feijoada, some pastas. And usually we want to go there in big groups. They have farofa, yeah. I'm not a fan. Courses for when you learn to street drive like a real secret agent. There are driver schools specifically for that. Here in my hometown, we have one from CRNM, and they teach you defensive driving, which includes being, when it gets to the intensive part, being able to do U-turn backwards. But you don't need to go that far. You can just learn how to stop a car better than most people on the road. There's a lot of crazies out there who should not be allowed to have a driver's license. John Goris is asking about street driving.
Okay, John Goris, who's calling you a tarde here? That's not nice. Ever do any racing yourself, Paulo?
Yeah,
Broncos
yeah, already.
Says, hey, Paulo, are there any Brazilian restaurants in Portugal? I'd assume so, since immigrants might want to start a business and share flavors from their neck of the woods. Bronco says, oh.
Yeah, he's talking about Brazilian food.
Okay. John Goris says, aren't there courses where you learn to street drive like a for real secret agent civil security type? Guess it's for recruiting would-be wannabes, or it's just a PR program. Bronco says,
yeah,
do they have
defensive driving?
I love blah blah, but I can see it being too dry and sandy for people. I love blah blah with plenty of blah 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 blah.
No, farofa is a type of flour, a flour that you put on top of your beans. Torresmo is basically a cuchi frito.
Okay. Well, that's not anything I'm going to get around here. That's what's wrong.
Cassava flour, yeah. There's one thing that I like with cassava, which is Angolan, from Angola, funge, which is a paste that you do with the cassava flour, and you have with one of their local chicken dishes called muamba, or you can have it made with maize, and then it's fuba. Does Portugal have a red light district? Yes, several cities in Portugal have a red light district. Usually you can spot the place. John Gores is asking about illegal activities.
What? The red. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm trying to organize stuff because there's a bunch of stuff under the pinball machines. This is a Pep Boys calendar, but it's mostly boring cars. Let's see.
There's no such thing as a boring car. It's just misunderstood.
Oh, yes, there is. Well, this is a good car. This is a boring car. You see?
No, that is not. That is a marked improvement over the 3 previous generations of Mustangs.
That's a good car. That's a good car.
No, that car sucked.
That's a piece of shit. Modern car.
It is, but it's actually a marked improvement over previous generations Ferrari. That one is that a Hudson? That was Viper. Amazing. Recommend.
This is good.
Nope, it's a Plymouth Arrow.
This is good.
That Buick is good, yeah.
Horrible. Well, I guess it's
no. Do not badmouth Porsche in my presence. Everything that Porsche has ever done is good. Everything.
Yeah, that's good there. So yeah, it's about half a good calendar from 2007.
No, 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 no.
And then
I
here's
haven't got to
Bunny
teach you
Hop
about cars.
magazine. Um,
I'm going to give you a crash course on cars on the next video, but I'll have to
yeah,
prepare
well,
something for you.
I like this is a burlesque calendar from 2018. So I
Actually, I had a
guess I'll
good
put
idea.
these in my calendar section. Charles Adams calendar from
Mhm.
2006. I just like old stuff. I don't like
Yeah, but I
new
actually had
stuff.
an idea that you think you might find cute. I'm going to introduce you to 1950s and 60s bubble cars from Europe, but I have to prepare something, and I'm going to show it like I did on Graphic Man's show.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't get to see your slideshows anymore. Are you going to be going on? This is Anna Nicole Smith. Are you going to be going on his show anytime soon?
I haven't talked to Mike about it. I guess he wants to do something normal before, but when he's ready to invite me, I might do an actual show and tell with actual books.
Yeah.
I saw he was on the Saturday morning show yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was fun.
I didn't get to go to look at it yet.
There's a tiki calendar. I forget the name of the artist.
Iggy
But
Pops.
if you save calendars long enough, you can reuse them. Let's see if this is one that will work this year. April. No, April the 1st was on a Sunday that year in 2018. I guess every 7 years you can reuse the calendar.
Yeah, but the old calendars are not marked with the correct date for Easter. So.
Oh, no one cares. I mean, yeah. You just have to figure that out on your own.
Yeah, but people care over here. It's when a lot of people go take a short vacation.
Yeah. Yeah, I never exactly sure why Easter changes. I guess I didn't pay attention when that was taught to me.
It's because of when the full moon starts in the year.
Oh, okay. Here's a hand-painted sign that you put up above a movie poster. I have a bunch of these. One of them, my mother-in-law thought it was a piece of trash, and she broke it apart to scoop up dirt from the floor. But it wasn't this one. You know, because I guess, you know, if you're older, this just looks like a piece of garbage that should be thrown away. Okay. Here's some historical books. Put those in the book pile. Here's some. What is this book? What is this, a Marvel book?
That's from. No, I don't think so. Is it? No.
Doesn't say Marvel.
Yeah.
Oh, it's an Archie book. They trick you. I assume it's Archie. Published by Global Comics. It's like, looks like that.
Does it have any credits?
I think this might be some independent comic that, I mean, it's very obviously trying to ape Archie, but there's no indication that it is an Archie comic.
Let me check the Rand Comics database. 13 something.
13 something is the name of the comic.
Yes, from Felix
from
Comics.
Global Comics Incorporated.
Ah, interesting. Yeah, it's the edition publisher. The brand is Felix Comics. 1992, 1993. They have not been indexed, so I have no idea what they're supposed to be.
Yeah, I just found it in a dollar bin, and that's the first time I've opened it. I think I got it right before we moved, and a lot of stuff just got put below the pinball machines, and now I had to get under the pinball machine to move it, so now I'm forced to go through things.
What is that an approved
Here's a way to learn Espanol. This is how they would teach you in the 50s how to say these complicated words in Spanish.
The complicated is not the words, the fact that every word has a gender. Because Spanish, being a Latin language, is a gendered language. And there are only two genders.
But they're trying to correct you here in this country. The college professors are teaching aspiring teachers and the students that it should be
Yes.
Latin X.
Yeah, yes,
because,
but
not
but
Latino
it's very
or Latina. They're tearing their hair out that Spanish and Italian and I don't know what other languages have genders.
Yeah, and do you know what's the correct comeback to that? Listen, if you don't know your own language, who are you to teach me my own?
Yeah, because every Hispanic I know, including family members that are Hispanic, they either don't even know what Latin, never heard of it, or they're offended by it. It's something that's.
It's not even offended.
This is what you should be calling yourself.
Yeah,
You should be ashamed of yourself.
You explain it to them, and they say, "What? Are you stupid or something?" I'm not going to do any of that.
Now, let's see what people are saying in the chat. I apologize because I'm doing it on my phone, so I can't even see the chat. But let's see what people are saying here. Mean Baby says, "Does the jukebox play 45s?" That's pure Pizza Hut 1980 vibes. What the room? Yes, that plays 45s. Yeah, I only have one CD jukebox. Yeah. Bronco says, "I'm learning how to make blah, 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 blah. But I got too drunk during a soccer match to follow my future father-in-law recipes." That's why you can't. I see these people that. I'm sorry.
It's a bean casserole. Feijoada is a bean casserole. It's a bean casserole.
Where's the speaker on this stupid iPhone? Maybe I'm covering up the speaker with my tripod. It's hard to hear people. Higgy Pop is here. He says, "Howdy, Oloff." Hello, Higgy Pop. And then Bronco does the Higgy chant. Missing Mars, most of the church holidays move day-wise. John Goris, Easter, you mean Transville? Yeah, I can't say that. I'll get in trouble.
Luckily for the rest of us, Brandon is not our president.
Oh, it's not ours either.
Missing Mars says iPhone speakers are on the bottom.
Oh, phone speakers are on the bottom. Well, I don't know, man. What is this garbage, and why do I own it? Looks like something you got free at the counter in a comic store. DC Connect. Do you save this crap? I don't know. If I throw it away, it's going to be worth thousands.
Yeah, so you keep it for yourself to keep the price down.
It's like the first appearance of the Joker that laughed. Don't you know the Joker that cried, or the Batman that pooped? It's the Batman that pooped his first appearance. It's a key issue.
And I bet it presents well.
Yeah. We were getting tons of ads for this a-hole. I don't know who he is. Maybe he's good guy. Doug Burgum. "I'm going to take a strong stand on China."
Yeah, nobody cared. Remember that?
He just looks a little too. I don't know if I trust. He might be a great guy. I don't know anything about him. Yeah.
That's the guy from North Dakota, isn't he?
I don't know anything about him. I honestly don't know. What is this garbage? Woo. Let me open it up. Let me see I don't even know who I'm talking to because I don't know are we all still here? Let's see.
I'm here, I think.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I wasn't sure.
Yeah. I actually have to step out for a while because I'm having it's dinner time over here.
Okay.
If you're still here when I get back, I'll join again.
All right. Cool.
All right. See you later.
See you. This is
pricing Funko Pops, so you guys don't want to see that.
What's that now?
I'm pricing Funko Pops. I know no one wants to see that.
Oh, you're pricing You're working on a off day, huh?
Yeah. I have to.
There's some old pictures of me. Frightening. I don't know how old. 2008, 2009. Oh, this has gotten some moisture damage. Ah, that's horrible when you tear a picture of yourself. It's like, I think that's going to happen in real life, like some horror movie. Okay. Wow.
It's weird that physical pictures kind of don't even exist anymore.
Yeah. There's something you sent me, a sea monkey thing. I got to have a sea monkey file.
The water purifier.
Supposed to be a picture of my dad firing a rifle. Put that with the pictures of me. And this is my grandmother wrote this about her childhood and voyage from Ireland. This was a tiki lounge that opened up where I used to live, 4 Kahunas.
In Texas?
Yeah. It's an ad for Dr. No. Here's an ad from TV Guide where they're selling jewelry from the Gong Show. That you have to be a pretty strange girl to want jewelry from advertising the Gong Show. This looks like free comic book day garbage. Batman's Mystery Classroom and Batman Hush, which I've heard is good. Is it good? It's like
Batman Hush? Yeah, that's Jim Lee's thing.
Yeah.
So supposedly he wants to do one more run on Batman, maybe, and try to compete with that.
Yeah. Let's see.
If they want to make Batman sell again, I think they'd have to get Jim Lee on it, because right now the sales are in the gutter.
Really? Missing Mars is saying hi to you.
Hey, I've started getting free comic book days in the mail already, and there's one of them by Fantagraphics, and it's a pre-code horror.
It's a pre-code horror book?
Yeah, for free comic day.
Like reprinting pre-code horror?
Yeah.
Oh, how many did you get of that?
I think they come in bundles of 20, maybe. And I get a Conan one next week. They're going to send a Conan and something else next week. They're breaking it up into weeks.
What do you think of comic store owners that sell the free comics to people in other parts of the country or the world where they don't have access to the free comics? Is that ethical, or
if they sell them, they should sell them for what they cost?
Which is what, about 20 cents or $1?
I think they're about 30 cents now plus shipping.
What about people that sell them for $5 or $10?
I'd say let people do whatever they want, but I'm not.
I mean, it's capitalism, I guess.
Yeah, it'll backfire. It would backfire on me. You try to get that one little small gain, and then you lose a bunch of customers over it.
Makes people mad, I guess.
You give people free stuff, and hopefully they'll come back.
Yeah.
But then you get the people that all they do is go around getting free stuff. They don't ever buy anything.
Well, I would ask you to put that pre-code horror in my pile, but I think I should pay what you paid, because the point is to generate sales for your store, and to give them out free to customers to get them to come back.
Let's see if anybody even takes. I don't even think anybody will take those ones. Maybe
The
we'll
pre-code, really? People in your store? I would think people would travel for miles to go to your store that are into what we're into. Or all the people that are into what I'm into, like shut-ins.
I don't know. I mean, they'll come out, but we'll just have to see.
Yeah. Oh boy.
I'll save you. I'll save you one. I probably already put one in your pile.
Oh, good. Oh, cool. Thank you so much.
Oh man. There's people that collect every free comic book day book. I don't know why, but they go around just collecting them.
Yeah. That's strange, because there's some terrible ones, like last year, a couple of years ago, it was there was one about allergies. It's like,
Yeah.
what?
There's ones I don't even order. They're so bad,
This looks like a coverless comic, Midnight Suns Unlimited. I don't know what to see. It's from the 90s, I guess. I don't know why these things even exist in my house.
Yeah, that seems like a weird choice for you.
What's that?
That seems like a weird choice for you.
Yeah. Let's see. Mean Baby. I collected Area 88 Gray and Micronauts mostly in the 80s. I was poor, so I couldn't afford many titles, but I was a completist. Yeah. Some people are free freaks. Yeah. Yeah, they just want anything free, even if it's something they don't like. But there was a free comic of, was it The Boys, that had a 2-page spread a few years ago of just complete degeneracy, X-rated. It's just so. What is your opinion on giving Roy Thomas, co-creator of Wolverine? Does it start problems on other characters? I just heard about this a few days ago, that Roy Thomas said that it had been his idea, and I don't know. I mean, it's possible that that's true. I don't know.
There's people saying it's just for something CGC made up so that they could still have someone sign that book.
Okay, because all the other creators are no longer around.
Yeah, so there's nobody left to sign that book, so he can still do signings at CGC and they can make a fortune off it.
Yeah, well, I mean, Stan Lee signed stuff he never even touched. I mean, Stan Lee signed books that I've seen people have Stan Lee sign something just because it's a Marvel comic, and none of the characters were ones he created or co-created.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's all asinine. If it was me, I would always have people sign on the inside page. I wouldn't have people sign on the cover.
That's what I do. I have them sign on the inside with the pencil.
Yeah.
Because then it doesn't even damage the book if you have them sign it with a pencil.
Yeah, well, I think if it's not touching the art and it's on the inside front page, I wouldn't mind pen. Marker would bleed through.
I mean, if you have a perfect copy of something, If you have a perfect copy, why would you want to ruin it with ink on the cover?
Yeah, I know. Well, they want it to be visible through the plastic of their slab. So
Yeah, but
signing
what's that
inside
ink?
means nothing to them because they'll never see the inside again after they send it off.
But that Sharpie is going to turn brown after a time. It bleeds into the paper too.
Well, okay, yeah, that's true. Free Comic Day should be based on dollars spent, like spend $25, then get free Comic Book Day comics.
People try that, but then it's like it's too much to ask, I think.
Yeah, I think you'd have a lot of angry people coming in, and
It's better to do it out of their own good and then see who comes back or who spends money.
yeah. What's bad is when they come in to get the free comics and then they start shoplifting, or they think everything's free in the store. All the comics are free. They think
That's
I've
why I do
seen
it
that
outside.
happen.
That's why I do it outside now.
The best free comic book day ever was at Lone Star Comics. I might have told you this, they had an apartment complex behind them on Cooper Street, and they got one of those blow up guys that with the arms that flail around, to
Yeah, the
attract
tube man,
everyone's attention. What?
the inflatable tube man,
Inflatable
the
tube
flare.
man is
Yeah.
blowing around, right? And then the
Oh, he
apartment
caught on fire.
complex behind
Yeah,
them caught on fire spectacularly with huge flames billowing up and smoke. So there was Lone Star Comics with the tube man flailing around with flames and smoke behind it. It looked like they had set it on fire just to attract people to their free comic book day. It was really pretty funny. I wish I filmed it, but filming while people are suffering is kind of think that's some
if he
bad
was still
karma.
if he was still flaming around, probably hot rubber was flying on people.
I don't know, but that's what I recall. Uh, man, I don't know what to do here, man. There's just too much stuff.
That's where I'm at right now. I'm buried right now.
And then I see under the pinball machines when Pete the cat was getting older and sick and maybe didn't feel like going down to the basement to the litter box. There's little tiny cat turds back behind some that I was, that's why I was cleaning up before I crawled under the machine. Ugh. So, ugh. I didn't hear
I
a
used to
thing
do.
that was said while I was doing all that work on the pinball machines. I guess Paula was talking about sports cars.
Yeah, I was gonna tell you. I used to do a scavenger hunt with the free comic book day.
Really?
Yeah, I'd put them at other businesses all across the whole street, and you have to get a map. You start at my shop, you get the map, and then you go to each place on the map and get a free comic at each place.
Oh, were they? What kind of businesses were they?
Any business on the street that wanted to participate, and they would pay for the books.
Oh, okay.
And then I would try to match whatever their business was, kind of with a comic that'll fit with them.
Huh.
And then they'd be on the
Oh,
map with what, and then you'd get a map, and then you go around all the places, and then potentially you'd get every comic. And then when you get them all collected, then you come back, and then I enter you into a raffle.
that's neat. How many times did you
Yeah.
try that?
I mean, we did that for maybe 8 years. We did that in a row, probably.
Oh, okay.
The only bad part is by the end there of doing it, there was kids going around stealing them all. And there was a YouTuber that even made a video about it. He said, he goes, the lady at the library, when her back's turned, I go and I take all the books, and there's nothing they can do, even if they do catch me, because they're free.
Oh boy.
So I
future
caught him
lawyer
on.
there.
I could have, but he was on YouTube saying that.
No, I meant that kid's a future lawyer. He's got it all figured it out. You know, he's
Oh, I thought you meant to me get a lawyer because I mean he admitted.
no. The kid is like he's got all the legalities thought out. You know, can't do anything to me. Yeah, that's obnoxious behavior. That's just some kid that was not raised correctly.
And then he was selling them. Like he
Oh,
was selling.
wow.
So he'd wait until the librarian, because we'd hand him out at the we'd give the library some titles to hand out,
Yeah.
and then they would wait until her back was turned and then go and take the whole pile.
Well, that's just ridiculous.
And then I'd have these, because I told all the businesses, when you guys run out, let me know and I'll give you guys more if you guys run out. And I always wondered why some of these places would run out so fast. And that's why, because
Yeah.
they would go around stealing them.
Yeah, that's something. What were the books that were being stolen? Were they like Batman titles or something?
I think he was talking about Spawn or something.
Oh, it figures.
I forget. It was like, I don't think I've done that in like 4 or 5 years. I think it was 4 or 5 years ago. Probably 5.
Speaking of libraries, this is a book I forgot I had. This is a great book. Let me make myself full screen. It's effective library exhibits, and it's shows how to create posters for your library. You know, of course, they're all 50s style because that's when this came out. It was baseball for boys. I'm sure there's a science fiction one. Here's one. Here's a display about mental illness. Anyway, these are just, this is meant for librarians that there's one about voting. It's kind of like school libraries that have the display window outside the library as you go in, and these are they can exhibit books that have a certain theme or.
And they don't, I mean, most libraries, they don't do nothing like that anymore.
Yeah, this is 50s. Yeah, they're certainly not ever going to have something like that. Books on religion and life.
I think all libraries are online now, where you just go online and rent a book.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a shame. Everything's. I didn't mean to hurt Paula's feelings, but I have no interest in anything but old American, you know, cars. I don't. That's what's. If I could have a nice car, that's what I would want. Is an old. I wouldn't. I don't know. I don't know about. I don't know anything about Europe. Let's see.
He said something about a bubble window. That sounds cool, though.
Yeah, bubble window's cool. Yeah, I like the Batmobile.
Like when they were trying to make like futuristic stuff in the 50s.
Yeah, yeah.
That might look cool. That car. That car that Homer Simpson had was pretty cool with the big bubble window.
Oh, I don't. I guess I don't remember that. Wow. Oh. Hold on. Am I still? Oh, let me get myself off. Get myself off full screen.
Does Kiss Pinball play the music on it?
Uh, it kind of does the rock and roll all night electronically.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Yeah. but it's, it's not actual recordings of Kiss. Need to get batteries for this guy and see if he still works.
No, I didn't think so.
I don't know if that last chime is some song. But yeah, that's about all you get as far as music from Kiss. Let's see. What are people saying here? John Goris, you're a hard man. Nothing's free. John Goris, second thought, don't do that. Punk'll probably sue. Homer Simpson car. A Studebaker? Asked Missing Mars.
The Simpsons future car, I think it was. Let me look it up.
Oh.
Not his regular car.
Oh, okay.
I think there was just an episode.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, look at there's a whole thing on future predictions from The Simpsons.
Yeah, it's weird because it's almost like the uncanny what they predicted in that show. Oh man. Oh boy.
Oh, here it is. I found a picture of it. Check that thing out.
Oh.
You got two bubbles, bubble in the back too.
Seems like someone would have made a model kit of that.
They did.
Oh, they did?
I think there's a Hot Wheels. There's a model.
Oh. Yeah, I watched the live stream, a part of it from yesterday, and I wasn't super happy with the video quality compared to the canned shows, but it looked okay. But sometimes it looked great when I was filming it, but I watched it, I realized it was really choppy when I went to certain parts of the house.
You should watch it maybe in a day. Watch it in a day or two.
Yeah, maybe it'll improve. Yeah, as it processes or something.
Sometimes I'll watch a video right when it comes out and it's like, oh, it looks blurry or something.
Yeah, that's true. Here's an ad for some band, Rotting Corpse. Total death thrash speed hardcore metal. All posers will die. This is a relic from the 80s that I picked up somewhere. I think I might have known somebody that was in that band, but it's amusing. Gee, gods, what is this? Oh, this poster. I don't know. I think this was. I don't know what this is. I think this was sent to me free, so I shouldn't complain about it. Let's see. Maybe it's okay. Oh, okay. It's a picture of. Oh, yeah. This. I guess this isn't bad. It's a Batman poster. I don't know.
What is that, New 52?
I don't know. Let's see. It says Batman 80 years. So
Oh,
whatever year that would be. Was it
I probably,
1938? So that would be maybe
I probably,
2018.
was it that long ago?
I don't know. If for it to be round at 80 years, it would have to be. Was it the first Batman 38? Or am I thinking of Superman? Maybe.
Superman was
I don't know.
38. I guess Superman, they were trying to shop that idea around for 5 years before it got made.
Yeah, at least. Because
So
um,
33.
William Gaines opened up a drawer in his desk that had been used by his father, and there was a sketch that broken into two pieces that had been submitted to his father, Max Gaines. It was done by Siegel and Schuster, and it was bought by that Bob Beerbaum guy, and he published it somewhere. It was like the first, drawing of Superman, or I think he was called The Superman at that point.
They've
But
been selling those letters recently. I saw one of those
yeah,
letters where they were shopping it around. One of those sold for like, I don't know, 600,000 or something.
yeah, it's I think I might move this roller coaster to another location because you can't see the Dr. Pepper ad behind it. I might move it over here on top of this bookshelf. Oh boy.
Missing Mars says, Iggy, hello, my friend.
Oh yeah. Is Higgy Pop still watching? Cool.
And I just saw that on the TV. I turned comments on my TVs for last night for
Yeah.
the creature feature so I could read everything.
Yeah, that sounded I wish I was watching that. That sounds cool.
Yeah, the chat was pretty good last night on there. Should do a live watch party.
Yeah, that sounds like fun.
Oh,
Hold on. Okay, so I moved this roller coaster.
Oh, is that the shooting gallery you got?
Well, no, it's like a roller coaster thing.
Or is it one of those track?
It would have had a little car on it. See, but see down here,
Oh, cool.
it's more at eye level,
I see it now.
and you can walk around it and see the other sides. So I think this is a better location. It's got a lot of rust and stuff. I got it years ago.
Does it work?
Well, I doubt it. I mean, I guess I'm not even gonna. There's no point. I don't have the car that goes with it.
Oh, you don't have the car?
Nah. Yeah, it's just something that looks
I like
cool.
that guy's face right there where the bell is. I like that guy's face.
The what now?
I like that guy's face on there that you just touched.
Oh, yeah, that's what Luna Park, the Luna Park face, or no, maybe not quite. Sort of.
Was that a NECA Godzilla figure?
Man, probably. I think I got it at Target, possibly. Long time ago. I'm putting books onto the elevator to take upstairs to put into a closet until I get some book shelving. Yeah, I found an incredible archive of department store music this morning that I'd never found before. And I'm been recording Christmas music since about
What channel is it on?
11:30. Huh? What channel is it? I'll figure that out in a second.
Yeah, for the department store music.
Yeah, I'll make sure to show you and everybody. But a lot of this is from the Crest G stores that evolved into Kmart. They're records meant to be played over the public address system. I just got to make this place look nicer. It's really a dump.
Is it this one?
I don't know. Hold a second. I'll find it in a second. Here's a Regal card. That's not gonna be something I'll ever use again. There's no. Maybe there's Regal theaters around here. I don't know. Okay, now you can see the Dr. Pepper ad properly. And I can put this skeleton guy over at the side. And then full view is given to the Dr. Pepper sign. What is the name of the channel you're on?
The channel name, hold on. Can't read it. Fardmark. No, Fardmark.
Oh, Fardmark's a great channel. Yes, I definitely, that channel is fantastic, but that's not the one I just discovered. I've known about him for a long time. Yeah, so I recommend his channel. And a lot of times he has like a vintage record player playing on the screen while the music plays, so that's a lot of fun. And he has little cartoons of some kind of fox or something that.
Yeah, yeah, the Fox cartoon, and there's a.
Yeah, he's a good source, but that's not what I discovered this morning. This guy just has the record label. It's a record that's at this weird. See, they're at a weird speed, 16/23 RPM, which basically allows it to play for a long, long time. You can get a lot of music on one record. So
Yeah,
that's
this
how
guy
they use
this
it.
guy said he thinks society would be a little better if we collectively brought this back.
Yeah. And it isn't all Christmas music. He's got a lot of. I'm assuming this is all copyright okay, because my feed hasn't been cut.
It has to be even back then, if you were allowed to play it in the store.
Sometimes there's like a 3 or 4 hour Kmart Christmas stream that several people have up on YouTube that is really great from like the 60s or 50s, and okay.
Yeah, listen to the
I'm gonna
Kmart
wait till
one
this
over
song is
Christmas.
over, this playing, and then I'll get in and figure out what this is and show you guys what it's got. Oh yeah, it's just about to finish this record. I was hoping David Wilcock would go live today, but he in Colorado, he lives up on a mountain, and they've got such high winds that they cut his power because they don't want anyone to have electricity because they're afraid a fire will start and spread and burn everybody. So they cut his power this morning or last night or something. So anyway, otherwise I'm sure he'd be going live talking about the eclipse tomorrow and whatever he thinks is going to happen.
Last night, right before sundown, I could see the SpaceX shuttle.
You could?
Yeah, I saw it last night.
One time I saw a space shuttle in my front yard. It was just like a huge fireball across the sky. It was. They said it was going to be visible. It was pretty spectacular. I guess it was coming down and was near landing.
Yeah, I've seen that before. You think it's like a
Okay, so let me
UFO?
see what I'm doing here. Okay, this is. All right. The name of the. I don't have my glasses on. I gotta get over there. Shit, what did I just do? Okay, it's called Raptors Video. RAPTORS Video. Raptors Video. And then he has a bunch of playlists. He has one Seaberg Encore. Seaberg is the same company that made like this jukebox.
Did you say Raptors?
Raptors. It's just I don't think there's an apostrophe, but there might be. I don't have my glasses on.
Is it a guy's face with a seatbelt on?
Let me look.
It's gotta be him. He says he uploads
it's a
old
black
commercials.
and white picture, but I can't tell what it is. It's a black and white. It's the guy's head, but I can't see beyond that.
It's got to be he has 2.2 thousand subscribers.
Um, yeah, it's the guy with the seatbelt. Yeah. Okay, you're right. So the playlist he has, the first one, it looks like, is Muzak, which isn't as interesting to me, but he has Christmas background music, Seaberg Encore. Seaberg was the jukebox company, but they also made something called library units that would play for rich people and for stores, and they would play records one after the other like a jukebox, but they weren't with flashing lights. They were just, you put a bunch of records in and it would play. They were more dignified, I guess, looking than a jukebox, and they would use them in stores. So there's a lot of Seaberg records, and some are meant to be used in factories. They'll be called industrial, to get people to work harder, and some will be for stores. And
Yeah, I see his upbeat
he's got Grove
penthouse one.
Customatic. Yeah, it's a lot of these are Seaberg. They made tons of. Yeah, this guy's got some good stuff, but I was going through his Christmas playlist. Yeah, that's perfect music for your store. Imagine coming in selling monsters and hearing that music.
Yeah, this is great.
Yes. Sometimes a dog sees themselves on the camera, and I wonder if they're thinking, "Oh my God, I'm a dog." What? I didn't know I was a dog. I wonder what they think. My wife is doing, she has a job a couple days a week, and she is hooked into this company that has her calling different people that I guess they picked, selected. It's like polling. And she got an answering machine. I think it was somewhere in Ohio, but it's like was my name, not Grot Oloff, but my actual real name on the answering machine. We leave a message for, and she was like weirded out because I don't have a very common name. I think there's only 2 or 3 people in the U.S. with my name, that I befriended on Facebook, and they're like in their 80s. Oh well.
Yeah, I
But
got a
Orloff
common
is the
name.
family name that was great grandmother's name. It's a Russian name. Oh boy. The problem with this, like I was saying yesterday, it sucks the energy out of your phone. So I'm having to charge up. It's like one of those stupid electric cars that only runs for a little ways really well, and then you got to plug it in somewhere.
Yeah, you got to stay close to home.
I've only
Can't drive
seen
home.
one electric charging station in my life at the Parks Mall in Arlington. Have you ever seen one?
I think I've seen them at gas stations, but I've never seen anybody use one.
Yeah, if I've seen them at gas stations, I haven't noticed them. I may not go to those. I don't know, man. Yeah, they're doing Beatles music here, so this is definitely late '60s here.
Well, it's getting harder out here to find mechanics for older cars. I know that.
Oh boy. It was so great back in Texas because I had a friend that could fix anything. He could fix an air conditioner, fix a pinball machine, a jukebox. He could fix cars. Uh, Now I'm pretty much, like if something goes wrong, I'm screwed. I was never taught how to fix anything. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, now all those guys they can jack up all their prices and pretty much charge you whatever they want.
Yeah,
Because there's nobody left doing it. That's got to be like planned by design.
but here, there's a tire place, and I had a flat tire, and someone helped me air up my tire. I got to the tire place, and the guy fixed it for. Well, I don't think it was even $20. I think it was $19. And it's like you're in a place where people are honest. He could have, where I used to live, it'd probably be up. You got to get 2 new tires. Not only that tire, but I noticed there's a slow leak in your other. They would have done that to you, but here, everybody. For instance, I work with his wife, the guy that runs the tire place. So people aren't in such a small town. People aren't gonna rip people off. Uh, let's see. Glenzer says schools need to drop ethnic and gender studies for auto repair, plumbing, electrician work, etc. Teach real skills. Yeah, I wish I'd learned all that stuff. Yeah, they didn't have the other what you said at first back then, but
You know what else I miss is the ice cream man. We don't have an ice cream man anymore.
they still did where I used to live. But
They changed now. They're golf carts around
really,
here that drive around.
there was still ice
And I mean,
cream
they're
man
like loaded up with.
golf carts. That's interesting.
They don't do. You can't get stink bombs. You can't get garbage pail kids like we used to.
Oh, did they used to do that? That's pretty cool. I've seen pictures of a DC comic book van that went around selling DC comics. You could probably find that online if you look.
That'd be a tough business nowadays.
Well, this was probably during the the Batman TV show era, or could have been the early '70s.
I wonder why it's
Yeah.
golf carts. Probably because people are getting kidnapped in vans or something.
Well, it might be cheaper gas wise. I noticed a lot of people drive around town here in golf carts, or there's some name. I asked someone gave me the name of they're like little vehicles. They're made by John Deere. A lot of them. They're not fully cars. They're like somewhere between a golf cart and a car. But in the little town I live in, it's like what they drove around in the prisoner in the village. They didn't have full-fledged cars. I mean, you don't need them because it's really not dangerous. There's maybe one intersection by the gas station that has some traffic, but nobody gets above, only on the highway that goes through. People have to slow down to 35 miles per hour on the highway as it goes through the town. And that's the top speed you'll ever go until you leave town. And there's not even any stoplights in the entire county. It's just stop signs. So it's pretty safe around here.
Yeah, I think I'm in the like human trafficking capital of the world.
Oh boy.
I think the
They're
mall.
called gators. I think that is right. Mean Baby and Friar Tuck. I think they did tell me they were called gators. I'd never heard of them before I came here. Is that a regional thing? Because I never heard of a gator in Arlington, Texas.
The top 20 human trafficking cities. Let's see if I'm on there.
Well, yeah, sometimes I'll get these messages intended for me from the neighborhood associate, whatever it, the neighborhood little group online from where I used to live, and they'll talk about there's some woman was shot and killed in the Kroger parking lot, which is where I used to shop, and it's like, and I remember people were being kidnapped, yeah, like you're talking about, from the Target parking lot, the Target that I would go to. It was happening a lot, apparently. So that's why I wanted to get the heck out of Dodge, um, and I told my wife, I really feel I'm being led to come here, and now she's real depressed, and it's like I'm trying to say I really feel, but of course, so it's like I'm almost kind of hoping something horrible will happen to prove to her that I was right in moving here. But so it's like,
Says
come
Dallas was
on,
number
Armageddon
13.
happens so that she'll say, you were right, that God led you here. So I'm kind of I'm not hoping for Armageddon, but almost. I'm
Dallas was
kidding.
number 13.
Dallas, yeah, probably, yeah. It was
And
horrible there.
where I'm at, I'm number 19.
Yeah, after I was mugged in Dallas, that was horrible. And my glasses were broken, and I couldn't see because I used to. Then I had some eye surgery that supposedly fixed my eyes. My eyes are effed up now with floaters. I'm starting to get the beginnings of, what do you call it? Cataracts. It's horrible. So, but
Houston,
anyway,
Texas
so I
was
wind
number
up
1.
at the hospital. They take me in an ambulance to the hospital after this guy. I've never been hit that hard in my life. I was in a few fights in school, in junior high, but I was never a boxer or anything. I didn't even know that was possible. This guy just hit me so hard. And I had my arms full with Christmas gifts. This guy came out of nowhere and it hit me like Mike Tyson. And it's like broke my glasses were knocked off, and then some car pulled up and drove right over them. So I couldn't see a thing, and I wound up in the hospital. And I remember coming in there, and I remember the admitting nurse just kind of laughing, and because she's probably thinking I was some drunk out there fighting, and it's just another idiot coming in here. Look at this guy, and she's just laughing. I think she was laughing at me. It wasn't really a good experience, and that was probably 20 years ago. And I after that, I just really wasn't that thrilled with going out after dark to see bands. I just became kind of a homebody. I didn't sick of so I think, well, gosh, there's not that much stuff to do here. But when I was around stuff that you could do, I never did it. I either couldn't afford it, or I think about, I was right there. I could have walked to the Dallas Cowboys stadium, but I had no interest in seeing the Dallas Cowboys or a band like U2 playing at the. I could care less about any of that. There were a lot of great restaurants. That's something. But I don't know, man. It's just.
I went to the Houston Astrodome once.
Yeah, I think they tore that down.
Yeah, I went right before they tore it down.
Friar Tuck, my neighbor used his gator to plow snow. Yeah, they do that. Yeah. Farmers use them nowadays like tractors. Okay, all right. Well, a lot of the people around here are farmers, or their families are. Mean baby, I don't miss El Phoenix. I only miss El Phoenix and Gloria's from Dallas. Do you not live in that area anymore, Mean baby? Yeah, El Phoenix had the greatest commercial jingle. Yeah, it's all. I didn't want to mention that, but yeah, it's spelled F-E. Um, and he says, "I don't go anywhere without something you can't mention on YouTube." Yes. Yeah. I moved to Oklahoma. Yeah. Okay. Is it better in Oklahoma? I've only driven through Oklahoma twice. There was some cool stuff in Oklahoma, um, but there was some place, some tourist attraction was made like a castle. I thought that was kind of interesting, but couldn't stop. A lot of marijuana dispensaries, like everywhere, every strip center, you'd see a giant picture of marijuana leaf. So apparently they legalized marijuana in Oklahoma. Eastern Oklahoma is like North Texas 30 years ago. Okay. All right. Well, hopefully.
There's one of those dispensaries by my house, and they used to have lines out the door, and they would even have tents outside to shade you because there was such a big line. And now they don't even have that. Like, there's nobody there anymore.
Wonder why.
The economy. That's why.
Is it
That's
really expensive to buy that crap?
Probably not as much as it used to be before it was legal.
Oh, okay. Maybe it's more interesting to people when it's illegal. When it's legalized, it's like not as exciting anymore to those twat waffles. I'm just not a big fan of any kind of drugs. Because I think, no offense to those of you that indulge in that, and some of you
I
are
like
friends of
caffeine is
mine.
my favorite.
But what is it?
Caffeine's my favorite.
Oh yeah. Well, uh, I think what it does is it zaps creativity from people. You know, the people that it seems like people that do that a lot. It just seems like they're not as creative as they were before. They might think they are, but it's like, look what happened to Paul McCartney. It's like, what happened to that guy? Missing Mars says it's more expensive now because there's probably because the government's taxing it and all that. Yeah, yeah.
It probably depends where you're at, but I know
Yeah.
it's cheaper here now that it's legal.
Yeah.
But it's now that we don't have Mexican cartels bringing it in, they're bringing in fentanyl instead.
Yeah. That's horrible. When you see that footage on YouTube of Kensington Avenue, it's just like a science fiction movie. But weird. Okay, what else do I need to do here? Maybe I'll move this Frankenstein's monster trash can under the Christmas tree. Looks like a good place for him.
I think I'm gonna try to find Amigo Dracula.
Amigo Dracula?
A new
The
version of
arched
him.
eyebrow?
No, it's one that I can harvest him for his clothes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. His clothes are very it's like they're printed on cloth, you know. It's like he's basically wearing a like a leotard or a unitard, and then with a cape.
Here's a cheap one.
Okay, maybe I need to see your screen. layout.
Oh, I didn't have it on there. Maybe I shouldn't show this because it's so cheap.
Oh, you're showing. Yeah, someone will buy it right from under you. Yeah, I was listening to Night Tiger, and he tells everybody when he Lone Star Comics or mycomicshop.com puts their new Golden Age comics. He says, I check every morning about 10 or 11, and that's when they put the new stuff up. And it's like, don't tell everybody, man. Then you're not gonna give away all your secrets. But he's trying to get people excited about collecting it too, so I understand what he's doing. But he said this morning on his live stream that, I think it was a live stream, maybe it was a canned show. He was saying that Lone Star says in April they're not going to buy any more collections, and I guess they've got so much they want to process it, or maybe it's the economy.
They're buying too much and selling too less.
Oh, you think that's what it is?
Yeah. Oh, they probably have enough to sell for a whole lifetime.
Yeah, I drove by one day. I was curious where their warehouse was because I knew it was local. And I drove by it. It's not marked outside, but that was the address, of where I got my comics from. And I think I did it on my show. I showed the building. This would have been several years ago, and it's a giant building. But all those comics are in that building. I just thought it was weird to mail order to mycomicshop.com, which was just really a few miles away from me, and then have it mailed up several states away and then back to me by incompetent postal employees. It's like, why can't I just go to their lobby and pick up the books? Then they don't have to pay postage, I could just but I don't think they do it that way. Of course, I never asked.
Yeah, I had that on my website where they could just, if they're local, choose in-store pickup.
Yeah, but they're not actually a brick and mortar store anymore. They don't even have a sign letting you know what's inside the building.
Yeah, they're not trying to get people to walk up to it.
Yeah, but see, I love Christmas music, and my wife hates Christmas music. It really actually makes her kind of angry because she never had it. Her childhood Christmases weren't the best. So it's just like, man.
There's a lot of people like that, I think.
Yeah, they don't get happy vibes from this vintage Christmas music. I guess I'll turn off these pinball machines.
The only one I get mad about is the Mariah Carey song.
Oh no, yeah, that's horrible. That and the Paul McCartney "Simply Having a Wonderful Christmas Time." That may even actually be worse than the Mariah Carey song. What movie is this? Do you recognize that?
Put yourself on full screen. I can't see it.
Let me see if I can remember how to do that. Vamoto Takaru.
What does that say? An RPG?
Oh, it does say RPG. Does that mean role-playing game?
That's what I thought
Here's
it
the
meant.
back. Hold on. It's It might be a TV show. It looks like there's live action people that look like anything. It looks like a pretty spectacular, whatever the heck this is. There must be someone that could read Japanese. One of you 16 people watching. Anyway, sorry. It's so hard to get used to the camera not being in the center, but on the side. I'm getting things from under the pinball machine. This is my father's yearbook. I was wondering where this was. 1951. This must be college. Oh, there's a photograph in it. Let's see what this is. Oh, it's a picture of Jesus.
Can't find my yearbooks.
But it's not on the page. It's where my father is. Let's see. Yeah, the day he graduated from college, he was drafted into the Korean War. Maybe there's an index at the back. Maybe not. Oh, here it is. Oh, there it is. Huh? 2. Man, I can't see anything. I think that says 274. Oh, there's my dad. Right there. Bachelor of Science Management. Lived at 1127 South 51st Street, Philadelphia. Baseball team, track team, Knights of Setonia. What are the Knights of Setonia? Maybe that's some evil organization. People are talking here. It cost $1 million plus to open one. Oh, one of those dispensaries. Mean Baby, what is your favorite toy that you have collected, Orloff? I recently completed collecting all the original Shogun Warrior toys. I don't know the answer to that. I have one Shogun Warrior that I didn't get when it came out. I think he's maybe the main guy with the horns. He's the one that's front and center on the first Marvel comic. But I was just boarding the first issue of Shogun Warriors the other day, and I thought, well, yeah, this is probably worth a lot of money. I looked it up. It's like $7 on mycomicshop.com. I thought, well, I thought there were people that collected that. But I guess it's Transformers. Maybe that's the one that is bigger with people today. I don't know.
I want that Shogun Warriors Rodan figure.
Oh, yeah. Oh, boy, I'll tell you. I was watching... that's what I was probably watching a little bit of last night while you were watching Chiller Theater. Is that what it's called, Chiller Theater?
Creature Feature.
Creature Feature. Yeah, there used to be a Creature Features back in the early 70s in Virginia.
Yeah.
Local thing. But it was Ethan Van Sciver was on his YouTube channel, and he was making fun of Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers, and I didn't know. I, I mean, I think it was kind of a friendly, but he was like real big. Apparently, okay. Tell me about Eric July, the guy that does Ripaverse. Are his comics good, or people just like them because they're conservative?
I think he's got so many fans and they just buy them. They probably don't even read them, you know.
Okay, because apparently,
I've never
Ethan
read
Van
one.
Sciver thinks that the Ripaverse comics are terribly drawn, um, and I guess maybe the way that he crowdfunds, maybe he gets a lot more money from people than. I mean, Ethan Van Sciver does the same thing. He crowdfunds to pay for his Cyberfrog stuff, but maybe it's that. Uh, Maybe I don't know. He's got some rivalry with the guy. So some
Yeah.
guy apparently called up Geeks and Gamers and was saying your channel's being ruined by Eric July coming on your channel, and then the Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers got all flustered and upset, and so he was playing the clip of him getting upset and laughing at it. And see, I don't know anything enough about all the rivalry between those groups. I know there's uh, I know the biggest, as far as I used to think Comic Tom was at the top of everything, but he apparently isn't. It. I think it's Nerdrotic has got a huge number of subscribers, like 1 million or something, and then you've got Ethan Van Sciver's up there, and then there's Comic Tom, and then I don't know, and then there's the the guy that just passed away, uh, the kayfabe guys are, I think they were just about to be 200,000. So
That Gary guy gave me $1,000 once.
Gary, who's Gary the Nerdrotic guy, really? He gave you 1,000 for just for something in particular?
During the lockdown.
Oh, just to keep you in business?
Yeah, gave me $1,000.
Oh, that's great. How did he know about you in particular?
I think it was just somebody emailed him or I emailed him. I forget. It was 4 years ago. But
Yeah, he seems like a cool guy. I think it's mainly that he doesn't like that Eric July guy. I don't know. I don't know enough. I've seen him. He seems all right, but I've never seen his artwork or his comics. I don't know what they're like. And you kind of want to like him because the comics have a conservative bent, but that can't be the only thing about the comic that's interesting. But I don't know. I just thought it was funny to watch someone being mean. I don't know. I just
yeah, it's like a whole culture war thing going on.
yeah.
People just give you money just to say F you to the other side.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I'm not gonna give you money unless the comic's good.
Right.
I don't care if you're on my side, but you gotta have a good comic too.
Night Tiger once said that I sound like Ethan Van Sciver. My wife says, no, you don't sound like him. She says, maybe it's just the attitude, but she says I don't sound like him. I think well, sometimes when I get tired, I sound like him. But she says, no. But I don't really know much about, I mean, I have a Cyberfrog comic that was sent to me by a friend of my wife, but beyond that, I've never read any of the Cyberfrog stuff. I don't know if his stuff. He's a good artist. I don't know if it's well written. What do you think of Cyberfrog?
I've never read it.
Yeah, see, I really haven't either. So
They're in the dollar bin. They were always in the dollar bin until he became whatever internet famous or whatever.
yeah. So
Here's my rack in my garage if you guys want to look at it.
Oh yeah, sure. I'm sorry. Why do I have it on just me? I think because you had a black screen for a while. Let me see. Okay, let me give you full screen.
That's that rack I was telling you about. I think it's a Dell or a DC, but it's been painted black.
Yeah.
I think you can tell
Do
by
you
the.
think that the paint could be removed to see what's underneath?
Maybe, or maybe I can feel it or something. See if I can, in certain light, maybe you could see through the paint.
Yeah, I don't know.
I can't see nothing right now. It's too dark in here.
How did you come by that?
Somebody brought it to the old store and was like, "Hey, I'm gonna throw this away unless you want it."
Oh, so they knew it was originally used as a comic book rack.
Yeah, they knew it should go to a comic store. Yeah.
Then they probably were the ones that painted it black.
See, there's little dividers there. Can you see those? I can
Not
tell that.
really.
I could tell it's not for magazines. It's like for a golden age size comic
Yeah.
because it has little right here dividers things. Oh, why it's so dark in here. I think it's because it's black.
So you don't have room in your house to display it, huh?
No, I don't think there's room at the store either.
Well,
Here's my Spider-Man arcade cabinet.
oh yeah, is that still for sale?
Yeah, I tried selling it to because Gary from Nerdrotic, he's got one I think in his background on his videos.
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't seen his videos in a long time, but he used to. I sent him an email, seeing if he wanted another machine, like the
For
one he
parts?
had. And he said, I think he said his wife wouldn't let him or something. Forget what he said.
That's pretty neat looking.
Oh yeah, it's really cool. This is the side of it, and it has a up there. I had to take the controller off.
Is it easy to put back on?
See the 4-player controller up there?
Yeah.
I think it's just like 2 bolts or something that hold it on.
There's a cool Spider-Man pinball machine from the late 70s. And a Hulk one too.
Yeah, Mike, I think I want to put this in the store in the back room once I get all the comics out of there.
Is that the back room where you were going through those boxes about a month or so ago?
That's the place with all the boxes, yeah. Can you hear that noise?
I think.
Oh, maybe you can't hear it. It's like a honking sound. That's on the ice cream man in the golf cart.
Oh.
Hear him outside.
What are you selling that for? Or are you you're keeping it now?
I think I paid $1,700 for it.
Okay.
So I'd want to sell it for at least that.
Yeah.
And then, but if I keep it, I'll just have it set to free play, so I don't have to have a license for it and get taxed by the city, and have to have an amusement tax. They have so many like hoops you have to jump through in my city now.
Oh, okay. So, but if you have it on free play, it's okay, huh?
Yeah. Or if I just put it in there for sale, then it's okay. But I can't charge people money to play it unless I have it licensed and taxed.
Wow. Yeah, that comic rack is really cool.
Probably couldn't see it that well. Right? Probably couldn't see it that well.
I could make it out enough that it has really nice lines and everything. It just if it could be repainted
I'd
or
like to bring it back to the original wood or whatever it is.
so originally it was the wood with just the words painted on it that Dell or Good Comics or something like that.
When I looked it up online, that's what I saw.
Yeah. I wonder why someone would have painted over it.
They
It might
probably
have been
they're
used in a classroom or something with kids' books in it or something. Last Avenger 85 says that would look cool in the store, Kevin. I'm not sure if he means the Spider-Man game or the comic rack.
I think both would look cool there.
Yeah.
Just to have space. If I could sell some Funkos, I could make space.
Yeah.
Okay, here's that.
Okay, hold on. Let me give you full. Okay. So it's basically all wood. And is that a sticker or is that could be a sticker?
It looks painted on there.
Always look for the. Hmm.
I think that's the one I have. Look at the other one though. Let's look at the DC. I'm pretty sure it's that. I'm pretty sure this is the one I have.
Oh, that is so cool.
Yeah, it'd be cool to load it up with just nothing but Dells. Oh, here it is. Yeah, actually, this one might be it. Keep going back and forth.
Well,
I
what are
think
the
this is.
differences between the? If you could get those two pictures side by side, you could figure it out. How
I
many
think it's
is
this.
did yours have 4 slots like that?
Well, it's
That
actually
one doesn't
3.
seem to have dividers, or maybe you
I
can't
can't.
see
You
them.
can't see them. Yeah, you'd have to see from the top.
You just have to look at the curves and if they're the exact same design, then you can just pick which one you wanted, which way you wanted to paint it. Either way, it would be spectacular.
Basically, I could just take it apart. Maybe try to take it apart, strip the paint off, sand it down.
Yeah, this
Try
sounds
to make.
like something Dr. Fibes would know how to do. Something about him. I think he would know exactly how to remove the paint. Because like right now he's building stuff in his backyard. But yeah, I don't know. Um,
Yeah, I'd rather somebody else do it than me.
yeah, who do you know people offhand that are customers that would be, without mentioning their names, do you know people that could do something like that?
Not right offhand, but I could put out a. I would put a post on Facebook asking somebody.
Yeah, or you could put something on the counter in your store, with a picture of it. Wanted someone to refinish comic book wreck. Someone would probably have fun doing that.
Yeah.
Um, and you got the photographs, so I think people could get. They could probably. Do you have? Are there any pictures that are straight on? Those are at angles, but or do any of them give the lettering like straight on shots, like right head on? Because then someone could take that and then enhance it on their computer screen, and they could probably
Print it
turn it
out.
into a
Yeah.
decal.
Yeah.
In fact, you might even be able to do that yourself. Um,
I would be
that's
able to.
something that if you were to not have the words painted on there, but actually just have it turned into a sticker, um, you just have to have a front view of it, where someone might be able to take the angular shot and move it around. I don't know. Maybe Graphic Man would know how to do that too. This is a Christmas record, but there's not a lot of actual Christmas songs. It's just kind of Christmas kind of spirit, I guess. Wow. That's pretty neat. I wonder if Garbage Pail Kids ever did a Joe Biden. I bet they wouldn't have dared do that. Or Greta Thunberg, or however
They
you
can make a
pronounce it.
series. You can make a whole series just on him.
About Biden?
Yeah.
Really? Cool.
No, I said you could.
Oh, I thought you said they did do it.
No. They did. I never saw it. They've been doing a lot of online stuff where you can only get them online.
Yeah, that's not the same to have it online, though.
Nice. I have a couple artists that would help us make our own trading card set. I just have to come up with the different gags for it. I think you hit the wrong button.
I kicked myself out of the studio.
What happens if you kick yourself out and if I wasn't here?
I think the show goes on for about 15 minutes and with probably a black screen.
Oh, that's good that it does that at least.
Yeah, just in case someone loses their Wi-Fi or something.
I guess WrestleMania is going on right now. WrestleMania 40.
Is WrestleMania a single night event?
No, now it's 2 nights.
Oh, there's one tonight too, huh? Okay.
It used to always be 1 night, and now it's 2.
Who are the famous wrestlers now?
I don't know. I think The Rock's back because his movie career's over.
Really? He's probably pushing 60.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
probably doesn't look.
he
I mean,
was.
he doesn't look like he's 60. If he's 60,
Well, I maybe he's in his early 50s, but still, I would think it's a little old for wrestling. But um,
no, I think he's in better shape than
no,
most
he's
people.
yeah, but he was saying yesterday he's not going to endorse anyone in this election. He endorsed Biden last time. He said this time I'm not happy with the way the country's going, but I'm going to keep my opinions to myself. He
Yeah.
realizes that it would be career suicide to endorse Biden.
Well, now that his movie career is over, wrestling's the only thing he has to fall back on.
Is his movie career over?
Yeah, you saw that last movie, or maybe you didn't see the last movie. Nobody did.
What was it?
Black Adam, or do they call it Black
Oh,
Adam,
I
or do they
thought he
call it
made
Shazam 2?
some. I thought he made something since then. No, I haven't
No,
seen Black Adam yet. I watched the first 5 minutes, but
I don't think Hollywood wants him back after that.
yeah. I was just thinking about that this morning, whether or not the value of the Black Adam comics has gone down since that happened, because people were buying up the Shazam comic from the mid 70s that had the return of Black Adam. And
Looks like his head's on fire on this one.
yeah.
But it's supposed to be beer, I guess.
Yeah, how do you see wrestling now? Is what channel does it come on, and what nights does it come on?
I don't know. They used to have their own network when that went away.
They had their
Probably,
own network.
yeah, WWE had their own streaming.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And then you would get everything. But now it's, when I used to watch it, it was like, I think we'd have to call up and get pay-per-view on cable.
Yeah.
You'd have to call them, and then you'd say, hey, I want to buy this, put it on my credit card, and then they would get it on your TV.
Yeah.
That was the last time I watched a pay-per-view.
Last time I watched a pay-per-view, it was like Howard Stern in the 90s. I am.
Howard Stern had a pay-per-view.
Yeah, he had a New Year's Eve one, and he had several pay-per-views and that was back when I thought he was really funny and interesting. And he was funny, but it all he's a completely different person now.
I remember it used to be like construction workers would always be playing his show in the morning on the radios.
Really?
Remember that?
Construction workers, well,
They would always be the like hardworking people, like that would be the ones listening to him.
yeah, it was he was funny. He was really I thought he was great there for a while, but once he went to pay radio, or whatever you call it, satellite radio,
Does
it kind
anybody?
of ended.
I haven't heard anybody say his name in a long time.
Yeah.
People still listen to him?
Yeah, you wonder, is he still even broadcasting? But every so often I hear him talking about, I mean, he really bought into the pandemic and was really scared by it. And he's always ragging on people that don't, get, the thing in their arm. And he's, super political. He used to be friends. He used to always have Trump on his show, and Trump would call into his show while he's driving around New York, and they were like buddies. But then, but that's the way a lot of people in the music industry in Hollywood, they were all friendly with Trump until he announced he was running, and then he became the ultimate enemy. Friar Tuck says he never goes into the studio anymore, does everything virtually. Oh, okay, probably from his basement.
He just locks
Yeah,
himself in his mansion or something.
I think he's just ultra paranoid and afraid of germs. He's turning into Howard Hughes. So I'm trying to charge my phone so I can move around, but it's sucking the energy from the phone as quickly as it can be put into the phone, so that it will never I won't be able to do much. I can move a little bit, but I'm trying to. That's a great image. So, how did you wind up in Arizona from Iowa?
No, I didn't grow up in Iowa. I just spent my summers there.
Oh, okay.
No, I was born here.
I'm going to try to get up and do something real quick. Let's see. Drew, I'm going to get up now. I have to tell the dog who's sleeping by my side that I'm going to get up, because if I move while she's sleeping and she's startled awake, she can snap at you, thinking you're some horrible enemy. Drew, did you hear me? I'm getting up. She hears me, so it's all cool now. That's an unfortunate thing about her is you really can't sleep with her next to you, which I always did with my other dog, because you can you can move in your sleep and have your toes bitten, and it's the hell of a way to wake up. Oh, I can tell my back's gonna be hurting. All this stuff I've been moving. Oh wow. Ugh.
I think I might get rid of my soft cover
What now?
EC. I think I'm gonna get rid of my soft cover EC archives
Oh, are you?
because I don't need hard covers and soft covers.
Do you have both hardcovers and soft covers in your collection?
Yeah,
Oh, I might be interested in that, because the soft covers are going to be more affordable. Unless are those going up in value, or are they all still in print?
they're still in print. They're 20, and I think the
Okay.
hardcover. You see the hardcovers. Hardcovers are 50 and soft covers are 20.
Hardcovers are 50.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay. I realize there are still a lot of disadvantages to doing live streams on the phone, as the sound is hard to hear. Okay.
You should try going live straight from YouTube this time.
Yeah, I guess maybe I should. I just figured that
There's one
seems
guy
like
I
I tried
follow.
that once and it said something about I'm not able to do that or something.
It looks like everybody does it. Like it's like TikTok things going on. All you
Oh,
can just go to
really?
live. You can just go to live and you can just sit there and scroll to everybody's live videos that's happening in real time.
Oh, okay. I don't know how to do that, but yeah, I could look into that. Um,
And then you just get random people. You wouldn't be able to put that link in the thing because you'd have just some crazy person jumping on.
yeah, crazier, I should say, than normal. Oh,
Or you probably can't even have people join you when you do it that way.
yeah, it sounds intriguing, and maybe that's a way to get new subscribers. I did the
Or
live stream yesterday, and oh, go ahead.
on Instagram, I think too, you can do a live thing, and then you can invite people too to come in there with you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yesterday I did the live stream, and then I lost a subscriber, and then someone subscribed this morning, so I'm back to 710.
I've been at
Oh,
$5.99 for a week. $599.
yeah.
Nobody wants to be number 600.
Well, someone should subscribe now. So there's got to be someone not subscribed to you that's watching. And so I've got this closet here that I'm trying to put books in to until such a time as I can. Do you have
Oh, I hit 600.
just now? Do
Well,
you
I
have these
just.
books, these children's books, Tales from the Crypt, with the Jack Davis covers? They're like
Oh, it's
text
just a book?
stories. They're like books, but it's text with
I've
little
never seen that.
panels.
No, I've never seen that.
Yeah, it's text stories with little panels from the original stories. It's I guess aimed at the Goosebumps crowd, and they have
Oh,
Jack Davis covers, new Jack Davis covers. These are probably from about the time the show was on. Man, I try to position it right, but um, maybe I should make myself bigger here.
I know one of these Tales from the Crypt has a foreword by R.L. Stein.
Oh, okay.
He
And
talks
then
about
this is
how that's
also something
to read
sold to,
these.
through the. Sorry, I'm talking over you.
Oh, I was just saying R.L. Stein used to read Tales from the Crypt comics.
Yeah. I've never read an R.L. Stein book.
Me either, but
So
when I saw that I've never read one either, but I'm kind of tempted to now that I know that's how he's influenced is by Tales from the Crypt.
yeah, I mean, I always just assumed he was like garbage, like a McDonald's hamburger, just because he was so prolific. So, but yeah, maybe he's all right. There's audio cassette books. Man, how do I do this? It's really hard to show.
I lost your sound. I think we lost your sound. Think we lost your sound. Unless it's me. Can't hear you though.
Yeah, you're still not coming in. Yeah.
Now I can hear Pablo.
Okay. It's restarting it. Restarting, I guess.
I can hear Pablo, but I can't hear Gratu.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, Step Down is going to come in again. When he comes in again, he should have his mic fixed. Still running a live stream from StreamYard on a cell phone is a tough proposition.
Probably the buttons are too close together and you hit the wrong one.
Yeah. I don't even understand people who do everything online from their phone. I've always been a
Can you hear
proponent
me?
that there's, yeah,
Yeah,
we can
back.
hear. You're working, yeah.
Okay. What are you saying?
No,
Doing everything from your phone hurts your eyes.
Yeah, it's terrible. And whenever someone calls your phone, like what just happened, my wife called, so now I need to go upstairs and see what she's needing. But it kicks you off your show if someone calls you.
You're talking about doing it live straight from YouTube. You can do that, but you can't invite people over unless you use OBS. And even I don't know how to use that. Yeah, I think that when they got rid of the integration between YouTube and Google Hangouts was the worst decision ever. Let me see if NASCAR started. Yeah, NASCAR is halfway. Does anyone else around here like NASCAR, or is it just me?
Ouch.
We have music. fly away. And that was the instrumental rendition of Come Fly With Me. Factor 5 still released from 15 minutes from Michigan International Speedway. Brooklyn, Michigan.
One of my customers is a race car driver. I'll have to ask him. I know he goes all around the world. I'll have to ask him what kind of car he has.
All around the world.
Yeah, he's always in other countries.
Okay.
Yeah, he's
What's
a
his
race
name?
car. I could tell you, but hold on. Yeah, he's a total race car driver. When he comes in the store, he's in and out. Like, he doesn't waste any time. He books and he leaves. I wonder if that's how race car drivers are. They're just always in a hurry to get everywhere.
Okay,
Yeah.
I can show you the hat now. Sorry, I don't know what you guys are talking about, but
NASCAR.
This was given to me because it's a. It's
Whoops.
Italian Car Fest
Italian Car Fest.
in Grapevine, Texas. But see, if you from a distance you wear this hat, and it looks like you're wearing a Trump hat. So my friend has a lot of liberal friends, and probably thought this would, diminish his status. So he gave it to me. I think that's why he gave it to me. So whatever. I was just told my wife was listening to something in Spanish when I went upstairs, and apparently she's listening to some guy that a second. What is going on here? Who's playing the music?
You want me to turn it off?
Well, I don't know what it is.
It's that channel you told me about.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's probably okay. I just didn't know where it was coming from.
I can't tell how loud.
Anyway, apparently the recent immigrants to the country are being they were apparently given free food, free lodging, free hotel, free lawyers, free airplane flights. And so there was a guy talking saying, yeah, we were sent here to New York, but it's starting to collapse here. So we have our bags packed and we're getting a free flight to Arizona. So that's what's going on. So I'm putting these. This is the weirdest thing. This closet, you have to step up about 4 feet to get into this closet. It's like the Winchester house. When I'm putting these books on tape, this is the Two Towers. I can't. I go. So I've got these books on tape up here. It's oh, here's the decals that are supposed to go on my bike downstairs. I was wondering where those were. Anyway, I interrupted a conversation about NASCAR, apparently.
No, just
No, he's not a NASCAR driver. He's one of those open wheel. What do they call those?
Depends on which category he is. There are multiple open wheel categories with different levels of power.
I found him, and he's in the driver database. See what kind of car it is. It says Western Conference Formula Atlantic.
Oh, that's not international.
Well, that's it's showing. Yeah.
Yeah.
He races in other countries too, though.
Oh, that's SCCA. That's amateur racing.
Yeah, he races in other countries though too.
Okay. Oh, but how old is he?
But when I looked up his name, that's what it showed. He's like in his 50s.
Oh.
He's in his early 50s.
Okay. What did you say his name was? Because if it's Phil Stratford.
Oh, God almighty. Oh, shit. I'm upside down.
Because Phil Stratford is an amateur racer in Boss Racing. He owns a Benetton Formula One car, and sometimes he races in the Boss Grand Prix series. So he would have raced in Formula Atlantic early in his career. Atlantics used to be a pretty big deal back in the 70s and 80s, but after the open wheel wars between the Indy Racing League and CART, the Atlantics ended up going broke, and they went back to a more amateur level.
Yeah, these guys, you have to spend a lot of money to be in this thing, huh?
Yeah. The cheapest thing you can, in road racing, the cheapest thing you can do right now is you can either race legend cars in NASA, that's National Auto Sport Association, or you can race B-Spec in the SCCA. So the legend cars are they look like 1930s Ford sedans, but they are two-frame cars, and they have a Yamaha 1200cc bike engine. So you have to get in from the roof, but they're pretty cheap to race. SCCA B-Spec is kind of like driving a Toyota Yaris or a Nissan Versa, and they're practically standard, but you have to put in a roll cage. But apart from that, they're pretty cheap to run. They don't even run slick tires.
God damn it.
And if you want to do ovals, the cheapest thing you can do is probably get a banger class. You find a short track near your home, something like quarter mile or a fifth of a mile. See if there's a banger stock class for 4 or 6 cylinder engines. Man, those cars are also probably can do a whole season in $20,000 or less.
Phoenix International Raceway. This is the place next to me.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
These are the things that are going on right here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Phoenix used to have an IndyCar race, but now they just do NASCAR.
There's a lot of illegal street racing around here too.
There's no point. If you have a bunch of tracks that you can use for to race for fun, trying to do street racing is stupid. I don't understand why anybody still does that.
They do it out here because all the streets are pretty straight,
Yeah, but still,
and there's freeways, and there's so many people, and there's not. I don't know. There's not as many cops as there used to be.
Hmm.
But yeah, you hear about people getting killed all the time around here. Motorcycles too, real dangerous out here.
Yeah. Yeah, you have tracks in Litchfield, you have tracks in Casa Grande, but the tracks in Casa Grande, I know that one of them is expensive to run. It's like a private club.
Yeah, when I was in high school, a lot of the kids they would do the quarter mile, like every Friday night.
Yeah.
You could go out there and do quarter miles.
Yeah, I really don't see the appeal of drag racing. I remember I was in in an event for the Spanish GT Championship in a city in the middle of nowhere, and the place was empty. And at the end of the day, they would open the track for the tuning guys, and they would do a quarter miler, sort of in the front stretch, and then the people would all swarm in to watch these guys do 400 yards just moving forward. They don't even turn. I mean, what the hell is that? It doesn't make to me. It doesn't make any sense. It's not exciting at all. It's just guys moving forward. Now, when you try to get two cars going together through the corkscrew in Laguna Seca in California, now that's you got to have balls to try to overtake somebody there.
All right. The cigars says Paulo's back. You guys hear me?
Mm-hmm.
You can hear you, yeah.
Yeah.
Dr. Five says, Paulo, I'm not a NASCAR fan, but I live 15 minutes from Michigan International Speedway.
Yeah.
Fairtuck asked where I am. Paulo, ever see a dog? I thought it's a dog. I can't read. Ever see a drag race blow up?
On TV, yeah, because they the top fuel dragsters. They have these monster engines, and they run on methanol cocktails. They can do up to 9,000 horsepower, and if you rev it too high, that thing just blows up.
Oh. Well, that doesn't sound good.
Yeah, it's not cheap either.
There's a book I would just hot rods and custom cars that I just came across.
A lot of guys who raced who raced in Indianapolis. They came from hot rod culture.
Yeah.
There was a guy. He was an organizer. He was murdered by his business partner. His name was Mickey Thompson, and he originated a lot of things that became commonplace in hot rod culture in the 50s and 60s.
I've heard of the tires.
So I think Night Tiger's doing a live stream tonight.
Yes.
I'm not sure when.
Not yet. Yeah, I'll check it out later.
We're both listening to two different music streams from the same YouTube site. I don't know how it's coming across.
Missing
Turn
Mars.
this-
Those drivers are not nuts. The guys who do the top fuel dragsters, they're highly professional. They spend over 7 figures per season on a season to race there and try to win.
Do you have demolition derbies in Portugal?
No, there's no right now. There's no place where they're legal in Europe.
Really?
Not even in the UK.
What about
They
the
have
crazy?
one every summer here. I haven't been to one yet because something always happens horrible where I can't go. But maybe I should live stream or film it for my channel. Would that entertain people?
Kevin, you said Crazy 8 Racing.
Yeah, we always watch
that-
that at the state fair.
That only happens in North America, I'm afraid.
Oh,
I like when they have the big robot that grabs the cars and destroys them. Have you seen that?
the big dinosaur thing.
Yeah, he grabs the cars and destroys them.
Yeah, what's he called?
Like I don't know, Mecha Carzilla or something.
Yeah, it's something Zilla. Yeah, I've never seen it in person, but I'm aware of it.
This is my favorite race car right here.
Yeah,
Megasaurus.
yeah, I had a model kit built by my friend Joe Riley, but the creature from the Black Lagoon fell off the wall onto it. Now it's I don't know how to get it all put back together because the pieces are so tiny on those model kits. When are you getting that Dragula in your shop?
That's a die-cast piece right there.
Yeah, the pipes are they have little things holding them together because otherwise it would be too delicate and it would break too easily. That's pretty neat.
All this stuff comes in Monday.
Oh, okay. Taco trike. Paulo, are you going to be able to see the eclipse at all?
I don't think so. I think it'll be nighttime. I think over here,
Oh,
or because of the position, of the sun. If it's still sunny, it'll be only a partial eclipse.
okay. Now, is that Amigo or is that a custom thing?
D'Amigo.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, so that stuff will be here Monday. Oh, that's tomorrow.
Yeah. Missing Mars says eclipse traffic already building in New York. Yeah, I saw you posted that on Instagram.
Oh,
How did you
we have
wind
a
up
fight for the lead.
hanging up the Metaluna Mutant?
It's in the hallway of the back room.
Oh,
You could still see it when you're in the store. Because I already had that mount there. It was perfect. And it's the only mount I have that's strong enough to hold that thing.
oh, I see. Well, yeah, that's already displayed. Okay.
Yeah, it used to be the Hatbox Ghost with the Christmas hat used to be on here.
Oh, okay.
These are my two favorite masks now.
Yeah. I didn't know that New York State was going to be able to see the eclipse really well. I thought it was Texas and then right up through the middle part of the United States where it was going to be most visible. But I'm not an expert in that.
Check the exact time, because I don't even know what time the eclipse is supposed to be.
So what of the shows are you on, Apollo? What shows are you a regular on?
I'm on Jared Osborne. Yeah, I'm on Jared Osborne. Jared used to be a Marvel staffer, and I'm there with him and Wilson Ramos, who was also a Marvel staffer. They both do production work for other companies right now. Jared had bought the Eclipse glasses. He was showing the Eclipse glasses on the last show.
So Jared Osborne is on what nights?
Fridays at 6 Eastern.
Okay. So he's on at the same time as the puppets that read the comic books?
The puppets start during our show and finish before we finish.
Okay.
We're usually on at the same time as... Let me check, because I know... As Horror Mike, yeah. We're usually at the same time as on at the same time as a Horror Mike, yeah.
Yeah, it's hard for me to watch things on Friday nights. It's just a difficult night logistically. So I usually only see a little bit of Horror Mike, and I don't know much about the comic book readings.
Well, we talk about everything. Although Jared likes to show the comics he's just bought, which he usually only buys indie books. But we'll talk about everything, and I wanted to talk about the Roy Thomas saying that he's a co-creator of Wolverine.
Yeah. So what do you think of that?
Well, it does have a leg to stand on. That depends on how much you think he should get credit, because he said, let's have he said to Len Wein, let's have a character called Wolverine and make him Canadian. And that was it. No claws, no mutant powers,
about
nothing.
What Stan Lee can say about his creation of Spider-Man.
And Roy Thomas right now is doing a lot of history rewriting, trying to make sure that Stan Lee's contributions are etched in history forever. He hired the guy to write new books, and even the guy who owns Tomorrow's is willing to publish them, even though there are big debates on Facebook about the Kirby Defenders, because right with time the Kirby Defenders thought that all of the investigation would bear fruit, that Kirby created everything and Stan Lee was just stealing credit. Roy, especially now that Stan is dead, but Roy Thomas, by continually pushing the narrative that Stan Lee was the originator, and therefore he deserves the major slice of the pie regarding credit attribution. He can keep the official history, even though if it's total bullshit, he can keep it going and people will continue to believe it.
So Roy Thomas is saying Stan Lee deserves the majority of the credit for the characters?
Yeah. According to him, Jack Kirby just did what Stan Lee told him to.
Say that again, it's hard to hear.
According to Roy Thomas, Jack Kirby just did what Stan Lee told him to.
Okay. Yeah.
But you can tell. You can tell by reading the stories, and you find where all the references come from, and it's things that Jack Kirby is into, and it's things that Jack Kirby had already worked with in other stories for other publishers.
Okay, and the design of the characters, which is what sells them to people with toys and everything, is exclusively Kirby or
Yeah.
Ditko.
Yeah, but even the story points, they come from Kirby.
Yeah, and I know that, you know, Stan Lee said, you know, like, who's this guy? And we're looking at the Silver Surfer, and
Hmm. Yeah,
but
but you see other things. For example, when you have something, when they introduce the Kree, and there's something called Supreme Intelligence. The name Supreme Intelligence can only come from Kirby and not from Lee, because it's an epic descriptor for a character that is basically a concept machine, and that comes from Kirby reading science magazines or science fiction magazines, which is something that Stan Lee did not do. Stan Lee didn't read science fiction magazines.
okay, yeah. Um, right. I think, yeah, it's a. I would say the majority belongs with the artist, but I think that Stan Lee took it up to the next level with the writing, whereas I don't know that if it was Kirby's unfiltered dialogue and Ditko's unfiltered dialogue, I don't know that it would have caught on with the readers. It would
Well,
have been
Ditko,
cool looking,
no,
and
Kirby,
all the
you can
characters
tell
would
when he
have been
wrote
the
it.
same.
Mm.
But I think Stan Lee's had a certain voice that that is consistent among the titles, and you can tell when it's Stan Lee writing versus Larry Lieber or someone else. You can tell, okay, this is a little better when Stan Lee's writing, and it's. I don't want to. I'm not going to completely slag off Stan Lee, and I know he did. He was. I think he was desperate when Marvel was about to be sold to this big. You know, he wanted to make himself seem bigger and more important. You know, in
Mm-hmm.
the. I just don't know. It's a tough one. I mean, this is stuff from my childhood. I don't want to hate anybody. I don't want to hate Roy Thomas or Kirby or Stan Lee. I want to like them all. But I see, I when I see Kirby writing, and his unfiltered writing, even as a 10-year-old, I can tell this what you know, when he writes the titles he was writing when he came back to Marvel, where it was they let him have Captain America, and it was just like, oh, well, I don't know, man. Maybe it is. It was like a child was writing, but you know, it's. But all of his visions and everything, the grandiosity, I know that's Kirby. It's interesting, all the biblical stuff that I realize now that's in these stories that I thought, you know, oh, this is an interesting concept, the Watchers. Then you realize, oh, the Watchers are in the Bible. It's like all this, and then the Herald, you know, this is just in Galactus has got a big G on his chest. It's really supposed to be God. And then the Superman stories, all the L's. It's like, oh, that's really cool. All the L is just means God, and Elohim. It's all stuff that they studied in the synagogue as little kids, and then it's basically Superman is his family name is God, and so it's interesting, but I I don't know enough about all of this. Graphic Man saying, I like Roy, but he's full of crap. Where do you follow all this? Where is all this controversy? There's no comics
there
journal anymore. Where do you read all the? Just
there are
online?
quite a few comics historian groups on Facebook, and I'm a member of what, 4 or 5.
Yeah, I mean, I know that Bob Bierbaum completely hated Stan Lee,
Hmm.
and he was complete. But I think he went too far the other direction. I don't know. How do you feel? You feel completely that it's 90% the artist? What percentage would you give the artist versus the writer?
In here, I would give everything because the here's the thing: the way that Stan introduced credits was made so that his name would always appear first. There's no reason for the after Stanley's no longer writing. There's no reason for the editor to appear first. So is pushing himself ahead of every actual contributor to the story.
Yeah. But just to be a devil's advocate, he was really a salesman. And if you're selling this to little kids, you want to have certain names that are associate, that they recognize, like they recognize the baseball players on the bubblegum cards. And it's like, okay, so he was putting himself as the main guy, but he was selling a brand. I don't know, man. Yes, Kirby and Ditko did, I would say 80% of it, but if it wasn't for the 20 or maybe 90%, but if the dialogue that Kirby wrote on the margins of those pages or that Ditko wrote was published word for word the way they wrote it, I don't know if it would have. It just, sometimes the difference between terrible food and a great dinner is just a small sprinkling of salt or just a little bit of, just sometimes it's just a little bit and it's delicious, and it's a tiny bit that you sprinkle this little fairy dust on it, and all of us, I think Stan Lee added a little bit to what they did, because you read Ditko unfiltered, and it's not as much fun to read. It's pure philosophy, Ayn Rand philosophy, and Kirby is just, he's an idea man, but he just doesn't quite have the writing skill, and the dialogue flows better with I'm with Lee. Yeah, a lot of his stuff with the
Have
true
you ever
believer and all that stuff and was corny, but he wrote dialogue really well.
have you ever read Millie the Model?
Yeah, but
That's what happens when Stan doesn't have ideas to crib.
yeah, but he was aiming at a completely different audience
It's
too.
the same thing. If you go for the average, for the non-feature Western stories he did back then that are signed by him,
Yeah.
They're pretty standard. He does need the somebody to come up with something grandiose for for him to try to build on that.
Yeah, Graphic Man is saying, I'm on Jack Kirby's side. I do think Stanley helped quite a bit, but the majority of credit should go to Kirby and Ditko. I agree with that. Lee's dialogue was superb once he saw the pages and figured out what the story was, then filled in the words. Yes, but it would be, yeah, I would say that I completely agree with Graphic Man, with Micah, that it's 80-90% Kirby and Ditko, but that small percentage that Lee added to it took it to the next level. And it's just like, okay, someone that writes music in a band, and then someone comes in and adds the words, the lyrics to the music that's already been that exists, you know.
I'm not even
But
saying that
then,
it's
you
the guy
know,
who writes
also,
it's not the guy who writes the lyrics. He's the sound engineer in charge of the bass.
yeah, there's also, but you
But the
can
sound
also
engineer in charge
argue
of the
there
bass
was,
did not write the song.
now, on the other side, you could argue there was a Spider-Man comic strip for years that Stan Lee supposedly wrote.
No, there wasn't.
There
The
was a,
Spider-Man the Spider-Man idea actually originated with Joe Simon, not with Jack Kirby. Simon and CC Beck were going to write were
no,
going
no,
to
no,
do
no,
it.
no, 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 no. There was a Spider-Man comic strip in the late '70s after the TV show was on the air
Uh,
that was running newspapers. No, the Spider-Man, but Lee supposedly was writing it, and it was pretty terrible. And um, and then you can argue, what about Stan Lee when he's writing Stripperella and he's doing these reimaginings of DC superheroes? He was, but then you could say, well, the Beatles were great, but then look at Paul McCartney writing this terrible stuff he wrote later. It's like there was a time that Kirby and Ditko and Lee were at their prime, and it was everything just gelled in the '60s, and that's just when the magic happened, and the stuff that Kirby and all of the guys were doing before was different, and what they did after was different. I mean, when Kirby went to DC, it looked wonderful, but you know, when he comes up with they're beautiful characters, and then he has these stupid names for them, and you think, well, maybe if Stan Lee had tweaked those names, it wouldn't be like Granny Goodness or Dark Side, which I thought was Dark Seed when I first read it.
Which
And
names
those
do
are
you
just
think?
corny names.
Which names do you think Stan Lee changed from the original on Kirby's Marvel output?
I know the Silver Surfer was that Lee came up with that. That's why he thinks that it's his character, because he comes up with the name.
No.
And he's
Kirby
made
came
that.
up with that. There was no Silver Surfer. There was no Silver Surfer until Jack Kirby showed him the Silver Surfer.
Right, I know that, but he came up with the name. It was in the what Kirby drew. It was a herald for Galactus, and
yeah.
Lee came up with the name. Let's call him the Silver Surfer. That sounds completely like something Lee would come up with, and that was the catchy name that caught on with all the public and the hippies and everything, and all of the philosophical mooning and everything. That was all Lee's dialogue. So Lee thinks, well, because this character is soaring around spouting off my philosophy that I think about when I'm in the shower, that he's my character. But that was a real slap in the face to Kirby when they did the Silver Surfer solo comic and he wasn't involved with it. They both, think, it just, it's almost impossible to really argue, okay, the Beatles, all of the songs say Lennon and McCartney, but some of them are almost all one guy, or completely one of them, but both their names were on them. And then, but if sometimes Paul McCartney's songs would be, there was just that little bit of cynicism that John Lennon would bring in, and it would fix the song. Because Paul McCartney probably would have gone through the whole song going, it's getting better all the time. It's getting better. And it probably would have been the same lyric repeated over and over again. And then Lennon comes in and says, it can't get much worse. And then that fixes the song, and it's no longer a sappy Paul McCartney thing. It's like, okay, this is a great song, and it's the two of them working together, and as much as they may hate each other later or whenever, it's like there was some magic that happened, at some point together when they were working together. But yeah, especially later on, it was pretty much all Kirby writing the stories. Then Kirby got pissed off and he started not to put as much care into. You could see when Kirby started to say, "F it, I'm not going to create all these different characters. I'm going to save them and I'll take them over to DC." You could tell when he started to coast because he asked for a raise and Lee said, "Well, just draw bigger panels." And so there were all of a sudden all these full page panels. Before, you only got a full page panel if Galactus appeared or if it was something. They're showing something that Reed Richards created that was epic, and it was a photo collage. And it's like, then by the late 60s, it was like, oh, put a couple of panels on each page like these modern comics. And there wasn't as much to read. Yeah, you could just tell he was pissed, and so Lee didn't have as much to go on. That's when you could tell it was starting to end, and then Kirby was gone. I don't know. I just know how I saw things as a kid and what I've read over the years. I know that in Comics Journal, Jack Kirby was there being egged on by his wife next to him. And he said, "Listen, I wrote every single word. He didn't write a goddamn thing." And that wasn't true either, any more than what Roy Thomas is saying now. Because I don't think that Kirby ever read the comics. I think he wrote all the dialogue that in the margins or on the back, whatever, and then he submitted it. And he figured that and he probably looked at maybe one page of the comic. Oh, it looks like what I wrote, but it was tweaked. But I don't think he realized how much Lee was fixing and improving what I don't know. Does that make any sense what I'm saying? Or
Kirby started doing taking photocopies of all his artwork because the art was not being returned, and he needed those pages to figure out where he was going because he needed to know where he had been. There are people who went on. See, Kirby didn't drive because if he drove, it started coming up with stories in his head, and he would and then he would wake up from whatever he was daydreaming, and it'd be in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, Last Avenger says, "Didn't Ditko get the design of the Spider-Man costume from a Halloween costume from the 50s? Yeah, that is true. It looked a lot, basically. Also,
Ben Cooper never sued.
Yeah, but there was also a lot of Ditko worked with Eric Stanton. It was a pinup artist, and they kind of traded back and forth the stuff he was doing for men's magazines. And there were some of these evil dominant women in these comic strips, not aimed for children, that had the spider pattern too. Eric Breen says, "You can despise Stan all you want, Paulo, but without him, you wouldn't be having this discussion now because comics would have lapsed into irrelevancy decades ago." He was a salesman that popularized. I mean, his salesmanship did. If it wasn't for him, that all of this wouldn't have happened. He sold all of it. He made kids feel like they were part of a major movement. They were baby boomers. Here's the Beatles coming. It's like this big wave from England, and that's something you're part of. And then this is the Marvel age of comics. This is some big thing that you're a part of too. And it's like, oh, look, all these characters are interacting with each other. It's all new and exciting. And he oh, they all have problems and hang. I don't
Sure,
think
but
that's another thing that Ditko
the
would
problem
not
here
have
is that
done.
this
Spider-Man would
discussion,
not have had problems. He would have been pretty perfect because that's how
that's
he
not true, because
sees the world.
that's not how Steve Ditko saw the world. Uh, to Steve Ditko, Spider-Man had to be immersed in problems so that he would vanquish those problems. Because he
Yeah,
understood that the world was full of problems, and if Spider-Man became him, Ditko, he adopted Ditko's philosophy, he would solve those problems. That was the point. The thing that Bryn here is saying is the problem here is not, the discussion here is not based on what the final product was. It depends on what on credit attribution, because credit attribution ultimately defines the monetary value of the person creating the concept.
oh
And
right, yeah, he was
but Stan Lee got 100% of the writer's credit and 100% of the writer's pay without having to come up with the things that a writer needs to come up with.
right. Yes, he was making them come up with the stories, and he was getting pay that should have gone to them. Yes, that is absolutely true. Um, that is true. That is true. I mean, he had a wife that he had like an expensive wife, this British wife that needed money. Yeah, I see that completely. He fucked. I would say he messed over Wally Wood far worse because Wally Wood was saying, "Heck with this! I'm not going to come up with a story unless you give me the writer's credit." So Stan Lee said, "Okay, we'll give you writer's credit." And then Stan Lee was like put all this stuff in there. Well, this issue of Daredevil is going to be a little different. It's going to be written by Wally Wood. Let's see what this is going to be like. And then it was like all these snarky things he was saying in the text of the comic book. Well,
Mm.
this didn't go too well, did it? Did it, true believers? It was almost like that. It was like insulting Wally Wood, and you don't know what was going on behind the scenes. He may have been pissed because I think he was jealous of Wally Wood because that was a major talent coming in. Because
Mm-hmm.
Wally Wood was a big superstar, but he was also probably a horrible drunk, and who knows how that came across to Stan Lee. Maybe he was pissed at him for that.
So was
I
Bill
just
Everett.
don't know. It's
Bill Everett.
impossible to get inside the heads of people that are all dead.
Also, you'll remember that Carl Burgos was extremely he was extremely pissed off with the way that the Human Torch strip was resurrected, even if it had been Johnny Storm instead of the original Android Human Torch.
Yeah,
Burgos felt that he should have been called first, and that he should have been named the character's creator, even in those stories.
yeah,
And he got sidelined, especially because he was the one that was actually coming up with all the cover concepts for the comics in the 50s, and he never
yeah.
got credit for that. He was the one doing cleanup art. He was effectively the art director, but there was but he wasn't getting paid for it. It's like it was a staff job, and he didn't even have a position that would reward him financially for the work he was doing. And then the Marvel comics started to go up in sales, and Burgos he gets sidelined. Nobody's giving him stuff to do. It's not even
Well,
Kirby doing the Human Torch strip. It's Dick Ayers.
yeah. The Human Torch strip was, yeah. That's where you could tell that's like when you read the Human Torch strip in Strange Tales versus reading Fantastic Four, it was a completely different experience. And then you throw, what's different? Oh, it's not Stan Lee writing, but creating the Human Torch. What they were trying to do, it was clear. Justice League was taking these old characters and revamping them for the space age. Green Lantern and so and they figure. Uh, I guess he figured, well, let's take in Submariner and Human Torch. We'll do a similar thing,
That was Goodman's idea. Goodman was always the one that, okay, let's bring back
Yeah.
the
Yeah,
the
because
other
he was
characters.
trying to imitate exactly what DC was doing with Justice League. Um, yeah, Missing Mars says similar to the Beatles. If it was up to Lennon, they would have disbanded when manager Brian Epstein died. McCartney's brainchild was Sergeant Pepper. And my wife says, "Hey, Grotz, I guess she didn't get to finish that.
What
Um,
are you doing, Greta?
anyway, it's regardless, there's just a bunch of really fun comics, and someone like Bob Bierbaum, he wasn't able. I don't think he could enjoy those comics because he just gets angry looking at them. I don't want to be angry looking at the Silver Age comics. I want to enjoy them, and maybe there's, it's I see that Stan Lee did bad things, and I see that he did great things, and I could say that about presidents of the United States and generals. I could say that about movie stars. I could talk about great things that Errol Flynn did, and I could talk about scummy things he did. But I sure do enjoy Errol Flynn movies. You could tear apart anyone's life like that.
Yeah, sure. I get that the Kirby defenders are completely unable to defend a point without having to necessarily bash Stan Lee. Mostly because the Stan Lee defenders come up without actually having read the comics. The thing is that there is a discipline of comics archaeology, let's call it, where you can find the references from where the stories come, which is why it's necessary to give the attribution to Jack Kirby over Stan Lee. What you can attribute to Stan Lee needs to come on a different discipline that's not very important to the way that comics readers work, because you're talking, okay, let's talk about comics marketing. And most comics fans don't care about marketing. It just happens. So they mention, oh, they look at the bullpen bulletins. Yeah, the bullpen bulletins welcomed us. Okay, so let's examine the way that thing is done, because you are creating a product. But the thing, this is not the type of creative endeavor that you associate with creating a comic. It goes in different directions that are they're not as exciting to the fans, so they don't want to talk about it. But the importance of marketing in selling those comics does come from what was being done behind the scenes, but it doesn't affect what Kirby was producing. Kirby would have come up with those ideas even if he had stayed at RV Comics instead of going to Marvel.
Yeah.
After he was fired from DC.
Okay. Lee did market the comics. True, but I can tell the difference between a Kirby book that he's written by himself and one that he has someone else polishing up afterwards. And even as a 9 and 10-year-old, I could tell the difference between a Kirby book where he's completely 100% given free reign and it's published word for word what he wrote, and something where someone else polished it. And without that little bit of extra help, even a 9-year-old says, "This is corny. This sounds old fashioned. It just doesn't quite have it."
It's not old fashioned. I understand
what
people might have a problem with understanding it.
I don't know how much of it is translatable. I mean, you're obviously very fluent in both languages, but if you're reading the Marvel comics translated into another language, that little bit that Lee added may be completely gone. And that's why I worry about reading a book that's translated from another language into English. Am I getting the full experience that I would read this if I was reading in the original Greek or Spanish? I know I'm probably missing out on things that maybe rhymed or that were that they just couldn't. Some things are untranslatable, but there was just something about when Stan Lee was, and I shouldn't use the word writing. I think that's the problem. He was polishing and tweaking. And yes, you shouldn't get full writer's credit for that. It might have been 90%, it could have even been 97% Kirby, but that 3% Lee, because the Captain America, when he came back in 76, that was terrible. It didn't even really look good. It looked like, what happened to him? Did he have a stroke? Or is it just the person inking it, or maybe because was he inking it too? It's just like because Kirby, not only was it Lee helping him, if Kirby inks his own art, sometimes it really looks like shit. I'm sorry, but when someone fixes his art and tweaks it, like. I've seen Dave Stevens ink over Kirby art, and it's like, wow. But when Kirby inks his own stuff, like
Kirby never inked his own stuff.
Does Kirby does he have something? Does he really see the world like this, where everyone has the same face and everyone has square fingertips?
He was definitely being more conceptual in the 1970s. The things he was interested in the 1970s were different than the things he was interested in the 60s, which is why you see all these grandiose things that the Eternals, for example. The Eternals is not an action comic. It's more like a documentary.
It's not a good comic. No one cared about it. It was in dollar bins until the movie was, there's going to be a movie. And then the movie was crappy because it was completely crappy for other reasons. And now I don't think anyone cares. I mean, I read 2001: A Space Odyssey. I mean, Commandy was fun. It was a fun comic, but it was fun.
So was 2001 and Machine Man.
It was not 1965 Fantastic Four fun.
No, it didn't have to be, but the culture at the time was not the same.
Suspense Captain. I mean, how did you go from Tales of Suspense Captain America to Alamo 2 in 1976? Or Dingbats of Danger Street. I think Kirby is an incredible talent. I think his art needs to be tweaked with the right inking, and his writing needs to be tweaked with someone that can bring a sense of humor to it and just make it sound a little bit more like, not that Stan Lee made it sound like reality, but it was fun.
When Mort Weisinger and Julie Schwartz did exactly the same thing that Stan Lee was doing, should they have gotten writer credit?
Yeah, my wife's not feeling well. I'm seeing in the chat, but I'm gonna probably close this out.
Yeah, if you need to go,
maybe another 10 minutes. But anyway,
yeah, okay, no
I didn't hear you said about Mort Weisinger.
So Mort Weisinger and Julie Schwartz were at DC doing the same thing that Stan was doing at Marvel, polishing. They would never have they never gave themselves any writer credit.
Yeah, I'm sorry. What did you say again? I'm distracted by my wife being sick. What Mort Weisinger?
Yeah, okay, no problem. Okay, so Mort Weisinger and Julie Schwartz were the main editors at DC during that period in the early 60s.
Yeah.
And that they told the writers what they should write, and then they would polish the script, and they would have the art also be polished to a certain way, which is why Kurt Swan always drew the same scene. But so because of the way that those comics were done, should Mort Weisinger and Julie Schwartz given themselves any writer credit?
I don't think there was much credits at all in those.
There weren't, but should they have gotten it, or should they have just been called editors?
Stan Lee was not an editor. I would not say he was editing. I an editor that's that extreme, that changes the tone and the voice of the original author is not an editor. It becomes a co-author, because an editor should be fixing, okay, they put a comma there, a period there, there's a word or two, and maybe we should change that. But it's still, after it's edited, it still sounds like the original writer. Stan Lee changed Kirby's writing enough that it sounded like something a kid could read in 1965 versus 1945. And I that just I I just know that when I read a Marvel comic that was written by someone else, and Eric Green's saying it was Mike Royer that inked
It was Frank. It was Frank
the
Giacoia.
70s.
No, it was Frank
Captain
Giacoia.
America. Maybe I don't know.
Yeah,
Mike
no,
Royer
I know
misconstrued
because
that.
he was doing most of the stuff. Indeed, Royer did Eternals, he did 2001 and Machine Man, and he did Devil Dinosaur, and he did Black Panther. Giacoia was doing Captain America because he had already done it back in the 60s.
I think Mike
over
Royer
Kirby.
was being too respectful to probably was being too respectful to Kirby by like doing it exactly the way Kirby drew it, because if
No, I met Royer during when it was Kirby's 100th anniversary. We had the Kirby exhibit with the Kirby Museum passed here through Portugal. They brought, so we had the guys from the Kirby Museum, and we had Mike Royer. And Royer said that he always inked in the same style as the original artist, so it doesn't matter who he was doing it to. He would come up.
The problem is, I think by the mid 70s, I think maybe old age had gotten Kirby a little bit, and maybe he wasn't seen as well, but there were some weird things, there's one cover where the Black Panther's upper arm, it just like, I don't know. Apparently Mike Royer, I was thinking of it was being too respectful and didn't want to change it, but there was a lot of, like Graphic Man saying, the art was kind of wonky there in the 70s, and it was like, this, I kind of see this is the guy that I read in Marvel's Greatest Comics. These old, that's how I would see the old Fantastic Four, but I can tell it's the same guy, but boy, it doesn't, it looks like it was only 10 years later, but apparently a lot of stuff, I don't know. It might just have been the inkers that were inking over Kirby's art in the 60s.
It was Kirby's aesthetic interests had changed, just as the story themes that he wanted to tell, which is how we ended up with the Eternals. I've compared the Eternals to a documentary in a comic book format, a documentary about something that never existed.
Yeah, I think that was just because Chariots of the Gods was real big, and that was just his take on all that stuff that you would pick up at the supermarket and read this,
You remember the Black Panther in Jungle Action was essentially a political thriller, and then Kirby comes back. He takes on Black Panther, and it's just a very trippy science fiction story.
I don't really remember it that well. I remember it was about some kind of frog or something. I mean, my memories are 50-year-old memories.
Yeah.
And I just remember there was stuff I loved, and it seemed to be mid 60s with Spider-Man and Fantastic Four and Tales of Suspense, Tales to Astonish, and the stuff that came later wasn't being done by Kirby and Lee. The stuff I was reading that was coming out in the stands in the 70s was being done by these younger artists. But the stuff I loved is from that period, right about the time I was born. 65, 66 seemed to be their peak. And when I read the stuff that was done by Kirby that was coming out when I was a kid in the mid 70s, I thought, ugh. I mean, it kind of looks good, but it's just not. I mean, Devil Dinosaur. I mean, it's okay. I bought it, and then, you know, and the stuff that Stan Lee was doing, it's like, man, these guys must be. It must have just been. That was the magical time in the '60s, and that's the way I've always looked at it. Now, whether who did what, I think it was mostly Kirby, but I think Stan Lee. I'm not going to say Stan Lee did nothing, because I see that his writing was clearly better than what Kirby did without him, before and after. And I'm probably wrong. And there's, you know, that's just the way I see.
The thing, you can't track what they were doing in the 50s because when Simon and Kirby were producing the romance titles for Prize Comics, for Cresto Publications / Prize Comics, Simon was not really paying much attention to the story, so Kirby was doing all of the storytelling.
Yeah.
The problem here is not so much you have to go look for those stories, and they are forgotten because when the fan movement behind comics was established, it was established around superheroes. So the superhero fans are the ones who ended up writing the history of comics, and everything that was not superhero action adventure it went to the sidelines, and those romance comics were forgotten. But there are a lot of them, and Kirby did them, and the best storytelling that he produced was there. And Kirby did the dialogues there. So that needs to be explored more. I'm gonna test Breen on that, because Breen is the one that's buying all the romance comics.
Well, the romance comics are fun. I mean, the art is beautiful, and they're just corny enough to be really cute. But basically,
they were important sales wise. They were important sales wise. You could not do comics in the 50s without doing romance comics. Otherwise, you'd be missing out on a big chunk of the market.
Yeah, because girls also read comics, of course. I just know that Joe Simon was also struggling like Kirby was in that same time period, trying to be relevant with Brother Power the Geek and stuff. And it's funny, and it's cool in the sense that it's funny, but it's
Simon was away from comics for a while because he was doing advertising. Kirby never went with them.
And editing
That's what split up.
Magazine.
Yeah.
A good chunk of the 60s he was doing Sick magazine, which actually wasn't bad when he was doing it, believe it or not, because Sick was generally not a good Mad imitation. But you know, it's just I don't. Stan was
not writing anything on a permanent basis during the 1950s. The main writers at Marvel.
These are my childhood idols, Kirby and Lee and Ditko. I don't like to talk badly about them. I feel it's like having a discussion. Who's cooler, Moses or David? You know, who's cooler in the Bible? You know, it's just like.
This is what I understand that, but when we're talking history, we have to turn this into sort of cataloging what we're talking about. So it does need to be dispassion in that regard. So it's going to go in directions that are uncomfortable for the fan, but the end result is ultimately the provable truth. So it does do away with the childhood notions, the fake bullpen that didn't actually exist, that we all loved, but it just wasn't true. And if we stray away from investigating what was actually being done, just so we can keep the fantasy going because it's a fun fantasy. We are doing ourselves a disservice to the actual memory of the comics.
I don't really have any fantasy about them. I just know I love mid 60s Marvel comics. And however they got created, it's not going to affect my life in any way any more than the eclipse is going to end the world tomorrow. It's just like these were regular guys that created something that I love. I think that Kirby and Ditko should get more than half the credit. I think their names should probably be first, and instead of Stan Lee and Jack Kirby, I think their names should be first, Kirby and Lee. But I don't think that I would have liked those comics, and any more than I enjoy reading Challengers of the Unknown. But am I gonna pick up a Fantastic Four comic from the mid 60s before Challengers of the Unknown? Yes, because there's just something more magical about it, and I've always interpreted it as being the little bit of extra fairy dust that Lee put on it. And Roy Thomas, very well, if he said, Roy Thomas is someone I've always loved everything he did. I loved him bringing the Invaders, the Golden Age characters back. I love that he's reprinting all these great comics that I could never afford. I love that he's putting out, Tomorrow's Publishing, and it just seems like he's always been there. Every time when his name's associated with something, it's always something I usually liked. I've never really wanted to think of him as a terrible person. Bob Bierbaum before he passed away, put lots of columns on Facebook about how Roy Thomas was stealing art for Marvel and selling it in hotel rooms at conventions. Of course, Bob Bierbaum was buying the art from
he
him
was
as a teenager.
But, was the biggest art thief at Marvel in the late 60s and early 70s?
Who's
Gil
that?
Kane.
Okay, well,
you had to protect
I think people probably thought this art is going to be thrown away eventually. They probably saw, I was just over at Charlton, and they've got people's artwork laid out so the people don't get mud traipsed into their offices. They used original art as mats.
With Gil Kane it was worse.
Get this art out of there and rescue it. And I think that's what.
No, that's not what Gil Kane was doing. Gil Kane would rob the art before it was published.
And what was the purpose of that?
To sell it. I've got an unpublished original here.
Okay, so he would steal his own art?
No, he would steal everybody else's art. He would go into the office and look at art that was lying around, and he would take those pages and walk out with them. Not his art, everyone else's art.
Okay. I don't know. Never heard of that.
Really, it's quite famous. It's a quite famous story that Gil Kane is the biggest art thief.
Yeah, it seems like that would be a pretty severe thing.
Yeah.
I've never heard that before. I mean, that seems like something that would put someone in prison, not just. That seems like to me they would have prosecuted him. Is that something that was well known about him?
Yes.
By the publishers?
Yes. Whatever you do not let Gil Kane alone.
And what?
Just do not let Gil Kane alone in the office.
Okay.
Get his pages paid and
walk. That because of the quality of his art, they're going to put up with someone that's a.
I think as soon as they found out, was it I think I heard something once about Gil Kane being almost shoved outside a window by a publisher, but I can't remember if that one was true. I don't think that one was true, but they that one I think I've heard that one.
Who's the source of these stories?
Carmine Infantino may have done a few. He was Gil Kane's assistant in the 50s. Howard Chaykin usually does not have a good opinion of having worked for Kane when he was the assistant.
What's the sense of why do people want to know all of this horrible stuff about people that create comic books that you enjoy?
Because
why would I want to know?
Because we tend to
It's not
believe
I'm
that
trying to shelter myself, but
we need the Gil Kane alarm, says Missing Mars.
I mean, look, how is it going to help my life to know horrible things about people that I love? Is it gonna?
Well,
it's just gonna make me
really. I mean,
every time I see someone's art.
I mean, to me, Genghis Khan is one of the most fascinating figures in history, and he was definitely not a good guy.
Say that again.
Genghis Khan is one of the most fascinating figures in history, and he was definitely not a good guy.
Genghis Khan, yeah, well, yeah, but he didn't make comic books that I enjoyed as a little kid, and to me, I don't know that it's like some little kid looks up to Mickey Mantle. Hey, little kid, did you know what Mickey Mantle used to do? And you know, after the game, did you know what? You know, it's like probably all these guys. They were real people. They probably did good things and bad things.
Yeah.
But why spoil the image?
I prefer to think of them as real. Yeah, because I prefer to think of them as real people. I mean, separating the people from the work can be done.
What's that again?
Separating people from their work. It can be done. I think some people do have a problem with it, which is why cancel culture happens.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, everybody's known for years that John Byrne is an asshole, and John Byrne is still one of the most respected creators of the 1980s.
Well, I like his art on the X-Men, but
yeah, everyone always knew he was an asshole.
He was an asshole, I think, for spying off Kirby. When all he was doing was imitating Kirby.
Oh no, John Byrne was an asshole every time everyone met him.
Yeah, the company man line. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I was reading Comics Journal all the time back then too.
Yeah.
But I don't.
Yeah.
I don't. I'd rather just not know. I'd rather just keep my nose in my head in the sand, like and just ignore it because. These are people that aren't alive anymore that can't defend themselves. I don't know. The guy that says that stuff about Gil Kane, did maybe Gil Kane stole his girlfriend or something, so he has something against him. I don't know. Gil Kane's not around to defend himself. So what are we showing there in the? Oh my gosh, what do you got there? Let's see what that is. A solo layup. I don't know. I just like to say all these guys made my childhood better. Kids. Lee, Ditko, Kirby, Gil Kane, all of them. All I can say is God bless them. They're not here anymore, and hopefully they're all in heaven. And maybe I'll meet them someday. Maybe tomorrow when the world ends, when the eclipse happens. I hear the world's going to end, but
Yeah, quite enough. Seriously, Dr. Michael Vassalo is a historian. He's written several books. I got a couple of them. He's a good writer on this stuff. Brink says John Byrne didn't hate you because you were a Republican or a Democrat. He hated you because you were standing in front of him.
Okay.
I don't have any Stanley
Have you guys been to Doyle's Pharmacy lately?
What is that, Kevin?
Have you guys been to Doyle's Pharmacy lately?
No, I've never heard of it.
Yeah, these on sale for 35 cents.
But those look great. I mean, yeah.
Graphic Man, I think Mike Royer was fair in other areas. I wonder if Kirby was just not really doing a good job. Yeah, he wasn't. And it's a bit wonky. I'm reading the comments. I like Kirby except for his faces. I like his faces when they're tweaked a little bit.
Well,
I think
that's what I
Paulo's
was
right
saying about
about.
Kirby being conceptual.
Yeah. Pay
That
no
would be
attention to the man behind the curtain. Paulo, correct, says Missing Mars. Graphic Man, you mean Gil Kane was a bad guy and we should not praise him? We need the Gil Kane alarm. The truth shall set you free. Dr.
Yeah.
Michael Varsello is a good writer on this stuff.
Yeah.
John Byrne didn't hate you because, okay, probably he hated you because you were Stan. Yeah. Something tells me Paulo doesn't have any Stanley signed comics. Yes, Captain Paulo knows his history. Yeah. Well, I choose to ignore history because I love these comics and I don't really want stuff to make me hate them any more than I want to know horrible things about John Lennon or Paul McCartney or, I'd rather just enjoy their music instead of thinking, boy, these guys really were assholes. I heard what McCartney did with those girls back in 1964. It's like, why does that matter to me? I just enjoy the music. I'll enjoy the comics. These are little garbage pail kids things. I'm realizing now.
Yeah, do you know this character was banned in Japan?
Was it?
I guess mute stuff with mutations was banned
All
there.
of them are just that.
Just ones with
I
mutation.
could understand after having two atomic bombs dropped there. That might be a sensitive subject.
Yeah, kids being born with two heads, I guess.
Yeah.
But it's they
Yeah.
would still put the card out, but they have bands over the black bands over them. I'll show you one. Hold on.
Yeah, these are cool. I never knew these things existed. I was unloading the elevator. That's what I was doing here just a minute ago. So I can be done with these chores. I'll turn off the light down here. Oh,
I
boy.
finished my chores while you guys were talking about Stan Lee.
Yeah, how do you feel on all that controversy, Kevin?
It's kind of weird that it comes out after everybody's dead.
It didn't come out after everybody's dead. It was a point of contention in
Kirby,
the 80s in the Comics Journal.
Kirby was in that interview. His wife was right next to him, harping and saying, you wrote everything, and it was just like it was really obvious. He was just saying, yeah, that's true. It was unpleasant, and I mean, all that stuff started, but yeah, now everyone's talking after they're dead, and the only guy still around is Roy Thomas, and he looks young and healthy, but man, he's probably 80. He's always the young guy. You always think of him. He was this young guy, but he's not anymore because that was 60 years ago that he was a young guy.
Yeah, he still has the page boy haircut, and that helps.
Yeah, I think he lives out on a farm, and he's doing wonderful things for the comic book industry now. He's basically about the only good thing happening right now. It looks like that whatever that universe that Kevin's introduced me to, that Geiger Junkyard Joe looks interesting, and this Jay Stevens looks interesting, and what Tomorrow's is doing, and all this new, really all these facsimile comics coming out, but Roy Thomas is doing these golden age comics that nobody could afford. I mean, Marvel is doing facsimiles, DC is doing better facsimiles than Marvel, but Roy Thomas is doing golden age and all the hardcover books that reprint all these books that we could never afford or ever amass without being incredibly wealthy. And That's never going to happen for me. So it's nice to be able to read these stories. And I just think he's the ultimate comic fan. And if he did say, hey, we should have a character named the Wolverine and he should be Canadian, that is a big part of it. That's so, I mean, he didn't design the costume. Okay. But I think he should be given some credit for that. I'm not going to, I wasn't there. I believe, that seems completely believable that he would have done that. So, am I going to lose 1 second of sleep over that? I've got other things to lose seconds of sleep over. I mean, we're on the brink of World War III, which I thought would have already happened this weekend, that Iran would have attacked Israel. We're on the brink of all kinds of horrible things. We've got insane...
I told you yesterday, Mexico is going to war with Ecuador before that.
Okay, is that sarcasm? Like that
no,
Ecuador,
the Ecuadorian police invaded the Mexican embassy in Ecuador for no reason.
Oh, okay. So that is not news here at all. We don't hear anything about what's going on with Ecuador and Mexico. People here most people don't even know what Ecuador is, to be honest with you. I'll be completely honest with you that people in the United States don't know anything. I mean, I don't know who's the president of Portugal. I don't know who the president of Ecuador is. I just know who, unfortunately, is, I guess, the president of our country, and with the damage that he's doing. And as he damages this country, he damages, as the United States goes, everybody goes down swirling in the toilet. And I just see insanity happening, and people that want the world to just burn is what I'm seeing. Insane people like Hillary Clinton and people that associate with her. There are true, and I know you think it's funny, but they have their own religion, and they worship Moloch, this ancient stuff, and they believe in sacrifices, and they're nuts, and they're running things, and electric cars. I mean, to get into your field, I mean, that's insanity.
I'm driving one right now.
You're driving one right now?
Yeah, I'm test driving the restyled Peugeot 208 in the electric version, and I mean that thing goes 250 miles, but then I have to find a place to wait 8 hours for that thing to recharge.
Okay, that's what I was going to say. I've only seen in my entire life one recharging station at a mall back in Texas. I've never ever seen. So I don't know where you recharge these things. You do them in your garage. How much is that going to raise your electric bill? I mean,
about 20%.
That's a lot right now. Our last electric bill was like $600, and we were going, what a relief. It dropped down.
Nobody here has a $600 electric bill. No, you would be
the
paying.
United States is paying for everything. We're the ones paying for everything, and then you go over to Russia, and it's like, okay, $100, and you buy half the store. It's nuts. It's because I don't know. It's just let's see. Someone's talking about Ecuador.
Quite enough Sayer said
Quite enough Sayer says Siamese twins. Then he says the things you make with plastic injection molding. LOL. And then one of my best friends moved to Ecuador last year. But can you find Ecuador on a map? Old cars.
Well, I can find everything on a map.
Best things you can buy now. Yes, because new cars, they can just shut them off if they want to. Mm-hmm. An old car, you can actually keep it going. The new cars, they can track where you're at. They can flip a switch. Who knows what they can do. I don't know if there's much hope. But I just want to have something I can love old comics, even though I can't afford them. But yeah, Stan Lee. Oh yeah, another thing that was an asshole thing about Stan Lee is the whole This is something I would hate Stan Lee for. Is when he got involved with all these criminals that were supporting Hillary Clinton, and they had the Stan Lee festival that was going to raise money for Hillary Clinton about 15 years ago, and it turned out to be a big scandal that the guy that was using Stan Lee's name to for this big gala dinner or festival or whatever was some kind of criminal. Yeah, Stan Lee was, unfortunately someone that probably would have voted for Joe Biden. But maybe not. I don't know. Not to get political or anything.
Yeah. Was it Jerry Conway? Yeah, I think it was Conway. Stan Lee was quite vindictive about when Conway was going to do stuff at DC at the same time he was doing stuff at Marvel. Also, Len Wein complained about having been. He didn't have an exclusive contract with Marvel when he was doing Hulk, and Stan wouldn't let him do Batman. Oops, we lost Grotto again. How much garbage pail material exists?
There was 15 original series.
Mhm.
And then there was the lawsuit, and then they came back and.
So in miniatures alone, that's what, a couple of hundred individual
Oh, in
designs?
miniatures. No, in miniatures, they only did one series in the U.S. and a second series only in Canada
Okay.
for these figures here.
But the original dolls, a couple of hundred?
Are you talking about dolls or the cards?
Yeah. Did they start in dolls or cards?
Well, Cabbage Patch Dolls is what these are a parody of.
Sorry, I was getting them mixed up then. Yeah. So.
Yeah, there's a Cabbage Patch doll became popular. Like, every kid wanted one, and they went crazy at Christmas time, and parents would trample each other to get one for their kid. That was a craze that happened, I think, in 84, 85, and then they created these cards to parody those, and they went 15 original series. But they still do them today. I mean, a lot of people think it ended back then, but they never really stopped. They had to change the art style because they got a lawsuit, so they had to change the way they looked a little bit.
Okay. Who owns the Garbage Pail Kids now?
Well, Topps sold their company to Fanatics, like last year, I think. So Fanatics owns Topps now.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't really know anything about sports cards or Fanatics, but they probably own all the different sport cards.
Grotto's back. There he is.
I could be back. Can you hear me? Yeah, my phone ran out of power.
You.
It's like an electric car. This StreamYard sucks power from your phone, and if you want to walk around and not be plugged in, you within 10 minutes it just dies on you. Let's see what people are saying.
You might have to get one.
Green
Might have to get one of these.
StreamYard censored my last comment. I don't know if it's StreamYard or YouTube. Firetech says, but then again, what is the cost of living in Russia? Not like ours, unfortunately.
The average Russian could not have bought. The average Russian
could
not have bought.
To get one of these power packs.
Yeah, well, at least they can afford to live there, and they don't have a lot of crime. Electric cars not green at all. Currently in the USA, 70% of all electricity generated is from burning coal. Yep, but they're shutting
Yep.
the coal plants down. Hotel Orloff going to become Bunker Orloff. I'll watch the last 10 Cloverfield Lane for inspiration. I think I saw that movie, but I don't remember. I think they were underground, right? Friar Tuck, you are right, and the ruble is a strong buy here at 1 cent. Okay. Yeah. I'm just waiting for this. Gonna go my recording to finish here. So what? Yeah. So what did I miss? You're talking about sports cards.
The origin of Garbage Pail Kids.
Well, it was
I was getting an
Cabbage Patch
education.
Dolls, and we're a huge seller of that. What was that? Maybe the Christmas of '79 or '80, or maybe '81.
I think 80. I think 84.
Oh, it could have been. I remember they were all individually, they were all different, and they all had names and birth certificates, and it became a big fad, and it was the hot toy that Christmas. And Topps card company thought, well, let's make a parody of that, and it was like a wacky package of garbage Cabbage Patch Dolls, except they made a million of them instead of, because yeah, that's basically all I know about it. And to the point where I can't even say Cabbage Patch Doll because I want to say Garbage Pail Kid, because I've never, for every time I've said Cabbage Patch Doll, I've said the words Garbage Pail Kids hundreds of more times than that. It's a much bigger factor in my life. So it's like when that Cramps record came out, Creature from the Black Leather Lagoon. Right after it came out, it had a video that was banned on what do you used to call it, MTV. And so I had to get a copy from some DJ that had a copy from that they played in a nightclub. I just wanted to see what was it that they didn't allow on. And so that started to get in my head. And then I'm talking about Creature from the Black Lagoon, and I start saying Creature from the Black Leather Lagoon. It's like I just because it's just your mind gets warped hearing things the wrong way. Yeah, I don't know. But I guess, Kevin, you and Paulo are closer to the same age, and I'm a little older. So Garbage Pail Kids came along when I was in college, and maybe hit you guys when you were
But
more like 10.
it was never a thing here, so we kind of
Oh,
missed
well,
out on
okay. That's another reason you should move to the United States.
it. I gotta win the lottery first. When I win the lottery, I can do everything.
How expensive is it to move to the United States? I thought you could just walk across and they give you free everything.
Well, I still have to buy a ticket to Mexico, and even those aren't cheap.
Oh, just do that and just walk across. We can put you up until you're ready to be on your feet.
Yeah. Rural Retreat, Virginia is a sanctuary city for me.
Yeah.
Here's the Japanese card.
No.
Oh, nice.
In Portugal, the collectibles are Catholic statues. Says
in a way, yes.
And what is it your dad collects? Those little bottles?
Yeah, he has those little bottles. Most of them were given to him. He also has a coin collection. Is not effectively hunting down specific items. A lot of those are from when he was in the merchant navy, from countries that he stopped at. But he still gets the odd new coin, usually a commemorative euro coin. But he has a couple of binders with coins. So maybe when I'm at my parents' house and you're on a live stream, I can go get the coins, and I can show up if you show off.
Oh, well, sure. You need to put together more slideshows just so you'd have them ready in case someone does a
Yeah.
live stream, because we missed your slideshows on Wednesday nights.
Hmm.
You ever thought about doing your own show and showcasing comics?
Yeah, I really need to do. I really need to start doing doing something like that.
Well, why
I mean,
don't you do that?
I
Because everyone's getting
yeah,
shortchanged now. That
yeah. I'm think. Yeah, I have to think up something interesting to do first, and then I can show something off.
Yeah, because when Four Color Fossils went away, it feels like I felt like at the end of fourth grade when Kolchak the Night Stalker and Planet of the Apes were both canceled the same week. It's just
Hmm.
like not fair, man. It shattered my fourth grade world. Even though the Planet of the Apes show wasn't as that good, but Kolchak, man, that was rough. How is that in only one season? That was just wrong to my fourth grade mind. But
Is
what
that why
can
it
you
doesn't
do?
get rerun? Is that why it
Oh,
doesn't get reruns?
huh?
Kolchak doesn't get reruns.
Oh, sure, you can watch. Yeah, you can see it streaming. Yeah, but it was just one season. Yeah, I mean, it never really could be syndicated. There weren't enough episodes for it to be run 5 days a week. You got to go at least a couple of seasons for a
Yeah.
show to be syndicated. You know, like Green Hornet was only one season, so it never really was. I never saw that till I was, I think, out of college, because I only saw them appear on Batman because there were no stations that ran reruns of the Green Hornet where I lived. And when Bruce Lee became popular, they put out a couple of movies and released them theatrically, just stitching together a few episodes of it and trying to fool people into thinking it was a new movie with Bruce Lee, because they weren't going to get any new footage of Bruce Lee. That's just one of those things, man. Make sure the door's locked. Yeah, just don't want to. I realize everybody's flawed, and I just kind of don't want to. I'd rather not even know about history and just keep thinking people are great, and just, because there's a lot of. I'd rather concentrate on the great things people do. I'd rather concentrate on Benjamin Franklin being a great guy and not like talk about, oh, he was in the Hellfire Club and didn't they find a bunch of cadavers in his house that were,
Oh, I'm sure there are a
200
lot of.
years later?
I'm sure that there are a lot of people who think sexual interests are the what we should be talking about, and they probably get off on it.
Yeah, I don't want to know anything like. I mean, I think Stan Lee and Jack Kirby. I mean, as far as their personal lives, I think they were upstanding guys that were married to one woman and had nice lives. They did what I mean. Stan Lee was a show off businessman and marketer, and it was really weird when he suddenly grew hair in 1967 and everything, and because you
Yeah,
see
him and William
that
Shatner.
color footage of him promoting the upcoming Marvel Superheroes 1966
Yeah,
series, and he looks he looks 30 years older than the guy that comes out the next year.
yeah,
But that's all part of the marketing. He was trying to sell this to the baby boomers, and he looked like an old bald guy, and all of a sudden he was a guy that had long sideburns and was
Mm.
you know
There was one thing that Mike Royer told us about it when he was here. When he told us about his relationship to Kirby. They were still in touch after they stopped collaborating together, because Royer went to Disney to come up with design with logos and designs for marketing. But so we would still visit. And one day he said he was passing by the Kirby house, and yeah, maybe I should visit. Maybe not. I mean, I didn't tell them. I didn't warn them ahead that I was coming, and there wouldn't have been any problem because they would have the Kirbys would have welcomed Mike Royer in and give him a hug and would you like sit down. But he didn't want to do that, and he said he went home, and a week later, Kirby died.
Yeah, that's
So,
yeah. Oh, I think I'm dying again. Gotta plug this in quick.
Do you have any plans to going back to computer?
Oh yeah, I will. I just won't. I don't think I can do it till the 16th. Um,
Hmm.
you know, I think Stan Lee did the major contributions. The guy, if you want to tackle someone, get Bob Kane. Bob Kane never did a jack shit. I mean, he did come up with the name Batman, but he took that from an old pulp that had a character. Uh, no, that guy did absolutely nothing ever, except maybe draw a crude drawing of Batman on a napkin to impress some blonde waitress. No, he did nothing ever, ever. Everything was ghost artist. Everything, even the paintings he was trying to sell later in the 60s and 70s, he never did anything, and his name was on everything. So Bob Kane, but then I don't really. Do I really? It's a guy that's not alive. I mean, it's just he's just a phony. But most of the people in the comic book industry, at least the publishers and everything, they're a bunch of gangsters, and they were a bunch of a lot of them were. We're talking the artists and writers mostly. Some of them are just working nice guys, but really the business is run by people that if they could, they would just be pornographers, but they didn't want to go to prison, so they're putting out comic books. And in a lot of ways, Frederick Wortham was right. Some of that shit they were doing was horrific. Covers with stuff going into people's eyes and stuff. I mean, some of these publishers went really far, and
Yeah.
you're gonna. But I just rather appreciate the wonderful comics that I was exposed to as a kid, and I'd rather just believe the fairy tales I was taught as a kid because I don't have I got enough problems in my life than to worry about that.
Yeah, but don't start reading Savage Dragon, because you won't like what Eric Larson is doing to Mickey Mouse just because he can.
I heard about that. Yeah, I always heard that Savage Dragons. I think I have one or two issues. I mean, it seems like at some point, this art looks interesting, but I've heard the guy's kind of creepy or something, and it's just never appealed to me. And I don't think anyone cares about that comic. I think you could get the first issue of that for probably $4. It's never gone up, and maybe because they printed a billion of them. I don't know. It's never been something that's been on my but then
new issues like a Tijuana
I don't care
Bible.
about most things.
Yeah, and it's been that way for quite a while. Because the Malcolm Dragon's wife is usually very scantily clad, and they have intercourse in public in the stories.
Yeah, I mean, well, I don't know what he's thinking. Wasn't there a Saturday morning cartoon of that briefly in the 90s?
Yeah.
So that's just degeneracy, man. That's just a creepy guy. Yeah, someone like that. Yeah, pile on that guy. Pile on Bob Kane. Leave Kirby and Ditko and Lee and everybody alone, and Roy Thomas. I'll just tell him, okay, hey, yeah, all right. You helped create Wolverine, but I don't care because I'm not going to get my first appearance of Wolverine issue 180, not 181, signed by anybody. I don't want any writing on my childhood copy. I don't care. I've never met Roy Thomas. I don't really like meeting people I like because they could turn out to be jerks. I don't like paying people to sign things. I think that's demeaning and degrading. I just don't care about anything, man. I barely care. I really don't give a shit about anything. And so my not giving a shit, I guess, offends people. And
I think that's why there are a few Americans who won't come to do stuff in Europe, because they would not be allowed to charge for a signature by the organizer. Mostly because when they come to Europe, this is not like coming to a con in America. You go to a con in America and you have to rent the table and set up an artist alley and set up your selling space. While when you come to Europe, the organizer invites you to come, pays everything, pays all the expenses, puts you up in a hotel, they buy you meals, and then you want to charge for a signature? No,
Yeah, that's
you're on
cool.
you're on. Yeah, you're only here because you were invited by the organizer. So the organizer says you don't charge, you don't charge, especially when they're already paying for everything.
Here comes the music. Let's see what people are saying before I have to go here. Um, oh, there's lead paint. Hey, girls. And then Missing Mars says lead. Another great series that ran just one season was The Omega Factor, British. I don't think I've seen that. Kolchak
Yeah, but
lasted
that
one
happened a
year
lot
for
in the
two
UK.
reasons. The series wasn't nearly as good as the movies. The other reason, Angie Dickinson. Yeah, I never watched Policewoman. Yeah, it wasn't as good as the movies, but it's better than most stuff on TV in 1974, 75. Everything British pretty much sucks. Sorry, says Lead Paint. Love Kolchak. 2 seasons. It's on MeTV every Saturday night. Last night was Spanish Moss Murders. Kirby was the king, but his art suffered more than any other aging artist I've ever seen. Um,
In the 80s it was pretty bad, but by then he had eyesight problems and he had back problems.
yeah, Lead Paint hasn't seen Frank Miller's work lately. Oh, that is true.
Yeah.
Didn't like young Frank Miller, so I probably hate old Frank Miller. Yeah, that's true.
If you can blame Frank Miller for something, is having a cinematic style that did away with a lot of the conventions that fans like captions and thought balloons. It started with Miller because Miller wanted to do movies in the comics.
Yeah, well, his Spirit movie that he directed was a piece of
Mm,
crap, and it was nothing like Will Eisner's work. Um,
yeah.
my main beef with him is making Catwoman a prostitute. I won't forgive him for that, but I don't think he meant for it to be canon, and then DC Comics just made it part of the storyline from there, which I just don't accept. But I'm a prude, and I'm a weird. I'm sort of a hypocrite. I'm a prude in a lot of ways. In some ways, I'm not. But I just don't like my childhood comics turned corrupted, and you say, well, it's an adult medium too, and I always disagree with that. I look at it as a children's medium, and that we're just childish adults that like it. And yeah, they could do
Catwoman,
adult stories, like Watchmen and everything.
Catwoman,
But then
even when they had some sort of romantic interaction between Batman and Catwoman, Catwoman continued being a thief. So
everybody, um, I have to keep plugging my phone in. Yeah, it's just yeah, she's a thief. Yeah, that's what she always was. But I just don't like. I just don't like put another thing. Here's something, and I don't think that they have Batman now with an illegitimate son, and I don't like that. And maybe everyone in today's society think that's perfectly acceptable for a hero, superhero, to have a child that he didn't even know he had.
yeah,
I mean,
the
Batman
Batman's
is not
son.
James Bond. I mean, if that was James Bond, and James Bond, I guess you would believe that James Bond could have children around the world that he didn't know about. But Batman was always this. Uh, Only in
Yeah,
the '80s
son of the
on was he
demon.
turned into this perverse kind of dark, brooding character.
There's a graphic novel from the early 90s called Son of the Demon, which was never meant to be canon, which is where Bruce accepts becoming Ra's al Ghul's successor.
Yeah,
So a marriage ceremony is not necessary because it's in Ra's al Ghul's society.
yeah.
But he goes to bed with Talia, and in the last panel they show a baby was a, that Talia gave away, and it was always heavily implied that was Bruce and Talia's son. But it was
Well,
never meant to be canon. It was just that graphic novel.
well, yeah, but they're using a character that's been around since the late 30s that was that generations of kids have read, and then they choose to do the graphic novel with that character instead of creating some new character. They could have easily have done that, but
Here's
they
the thing:
choose
you
to.
you keep talking about generations of kids. The reason I gravitated towards superheroes when I was 6 was because they were not kiddie fair like the Disney comics. I wanted comics to be adult when I was 6.
Okay, well, Disney stuff's aimed at 7-year-olds, and the superhero stuff's aimed at 10-year-olds. So yeah, it's more mature in that sense. But I mean, you're still a kid when you're 10 or 11 or even 14, and that's how I look
My
at it. But
first Captain America comic had Vermin's first appearance, and Vermin almost ripping out Captain America's guts off.
well, that's not a Captain America comic I accept as even being a Captain. When did that come out? In the 90s?
82 in the US, 82.
Yeah, that's about the time I kind of moved on down the highway because
Yeah, but here's the thing: I was a kid. I wanted it. That's what I wanted. I did not want to be treated like a kid when I was reading comics.
yeah, I guess I did. I guess I like stuff to be. I don't know. I don't know. It's just a personal preference. I guess I like truth, justice, and the American way, and all that. I didn't like those comics to go too far. I didn't mind Jonah Hex, but he wasn't some character that had been around since my dad was in 7th grade or 6th grade, like Superman.
Sure, it's
So,
like I watched RoboCop when I was 10.
yeah. I watched it when I was in college and thought I was pissed off at RoboCop. I really was. I was pissed off. I thought it was, yeah. Well, I mean, it depends on how you look at it. It's very much an anti-American movie. It's making fun of our country from someone that's not from this country. I thought the special effects were cool. I like the stop motion animated robots. I thought the script was terrible. I hated the people that were sitting around me in the theater that were the people on the screen because I saw it at the premiere. I saw Peter Weller walk past me. He's about 4 feet tall. And there was a really terrible scene in the movie that I thought was horribly written. And the guy was right in front of me. And his family was like, "Oh, that's so wonderful." And it was just some guy that was holed up in a building. And he says, and he had some hostages maybe. And he says, and he's talking to the police, "I want blah, blah, blah in cash. And I want a car that gets really shitty gas mileage." And it's like, that's supposed to, and they're all laughing and they think that's funny. And I think, well, that's the stupidest line of dialogue I've ever heard. And so I don't know. They show a president washed up on the beach at the beginning who's fat. And I figure, okay, that's supposed to be Ronald Reagan, who was president at the time. I thought, oh, look at it, Kevin. I wasn't looking at my phone when I looked down.
Yuck. See,
So,
I never had a problem with RoboCop, but arachnophobia really freaked me out.
yeah, that's from Creep Show there, the cockroach. What was it? Not Eli Wallach. It was A.G. Marshall, I think. Oh, well, I don't know. Just different way of looking at things. I'm very opinionated, and I like things old fashioned, just like the cars I was showing you earlier. I like old fashioned cars. I don't like anything new. I don't like anything new in any way almost. And so I want things to be like it was in the past. And I guess I piss a lot of people off with that.
But that's the thing I'm going to show you the next time I jump on. I'm going to get a slideshow ready and show you the European bubble cars from the 50s and 60s. They were like mini cars that were powered by motorcycle engines. They were
Well,
never
my mind can be
popular.
changed. It's like the little kid in the Life cereal commercials. I don't know if they ran them in Portugal. It's like that Mikey won't like it. He hates everything. And then he starts eating Life and he likes it. So maybe I'd like that. I'm willing to have an open mind.
These are
My
from
first
these are
instinct
from
is
the
to be,
50s and 60s. It's just that they were never in the US because they were small.
yeah,
But they are interesting visually and conceptually, and I think you'll enjoy them.
yeah. My first instinct is to be reactionary and to hate everything new. That's just my go-to. And, so I don't like, oh, look at it. What is that Ramona Fraden art there? I really am probably getting in trouble because my wife reached out to me here in the chat and said
That's
she
Ernie
was not
Chan.
feeling well. And I've been to keep talking, man.
And you,
I watched RoboCop when I was 10, but I only recently found out it was an edited for TV version. That was a strange surprise. Nice mask.
I watched the on VHS rental, so it was the real thing.
Yeah, the Super Friends comic that had art by Ramona Fraden. That one's apparently in upside down. There might be some
I do
issues
that
in
with my
Super Friends
book.
I still need to get. Oh, this is your personal collection. You're not in your store.
I do that with my books so they don't get messed up. So they don't get spine
Oh, I
rolled
see.
down. I
Right,
alternate
I
them.
get it. Yeah, I see. This is. I was for a minute. I thought you were in your store and you'd gone mad. That's neat. But guys, I gotta run. I gotta end the stream because my wife was gonna work till 8, but she bowed out early, so I gotta make her some dinner and stuff. But it's nice talking to you guys and everybody out there in the chat and everything. I'll pretend to be a nice guy here. The chat is so wonderful.
I think this is the
I
first
just love
comic
all you guys. All right, guys, I will see you guys. Let me get everyone into the same shot. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Why won't it work? Oh, there you go. Oh, there we go. All right, guys, I'll see you soon, guys. Keep your head in the stars and your whatever the heck Casey Kasem used to say. Goodbye.
See you guys.
God. The world is ending.